Welcome back to day 2 of the Cover, Protection and Health Summit 2020, brought to you as a digital event this year. Once again, I'm your host, cover editor Adam Saville, coming to you live from a studio in London. We have another jam-packed agenda for you today. A series of panels and presentations and interviews which will take us to around about 2:45 this afternoon, with some breaks in between. I'm sure by now you've familiarised yourself with the many networking opportunities available on the event platform, but if you're joining us today for the first time, there are plenty of ways to connect with peers and colleagues, using the chat facilities or by arranging a video call, all without needing to leave the site. You can also visit all of our sponsors for today at the exhibition stand, where you can start conversations, get your hands on extra resources, and all of the slides from the partner-led presentations from today. Today, we've got some really great sessions lined up, covering underwriting post-COVID-19, business protection and SMEs, workplace well-being, and the evolution of health insurance, plus much, much more. So don't forget, everything is fully interactive, so please ask your questions as the discussions unfold. I'll do my best to answer as many questions as possible to our speakers throughout the day. I'll be back in just a moment to introduce our keynote interview for today with Swiss Re CMO and NHS volunteer Debbie Smith. Sit tight and thanks for joining us. Now for our first session of today. When the COVID-19 pandemic struck in March, Swiss Re's Chief Medical Officer volunteered to help out as an NHS volunteer at the height of the pandemic. What she saw can provide us, those of us working in the protection and health insurance sector, a really unique insight. So we will be exploring what she learned from her experiences and how we can use this knowledge to help develop and foster the role of insurance going forward. So I'm joined by Debbie over a video call. Hi Debbie, thanks for joining us. Can you hear me okay?
I can, good morning.
Good to see you, and thank you for joining us. As I've just said, you've been very busy over the past sort of 9 months or so, haven't you? So could you please start off by giving us a bit of background, about first of all, your background in the insurance industry, but also your medical background too, and how they've sort of dovetailed in such a unique way?
Yeah, I'm a novel person, I guess. I'm Chief Medical Officer for Europe, the Middle East and Africa, so quite a big territory for Swiss Re, and I've been doing that for 13 years now. But I started off actually as a life and health underwriter in TSB back in 1985 and did a good 20 years in the insurance industry, working with brokers, with bank assurers, and doing all those kind of things, finishing up being a chief underwriter at Royal Liver before I went off to study medicine. It was something I'd wanted to do from a child, so I qualified at Barts, and then I became an acute medicine doctor, and that's the bit behind the A&E. It's the diagnostic unit before you move off to the other parts of the hospital, so it's all hospital-based adult medicine. And I did that until last autumn and combined that with my insurance role, because I think it's really important to have that insight into the patient journey and families and the kind of challenges that people are presented with.
Indeed. And so if we go back to the beginning of the pandemic then, what encouraged you to volunteer and join in with the effort at the front line?
Oh, lots of things. really. I mean, friends have said to me that it was a brave thing to do, but there wasn't even a word that came into my vocabulary, to be honest. I think when you have so many friends that are doctors and the NHS back in March, and it's hard to take yourself back to that point now with the benefit of hindsight, but at that time there was lots of talk about the NHS struggling to meet capacity. That the NHS is already short of doctors and nurses and all the other health professionals, and so the thought that a pandemic might critically affect patient care, in all good conscience, I qualified as a doctor. It is a vocation, and I couldn't really leave friends and colleagues at the front line actually trying to deal with that, knowing that I had the skills that were relatively current and that I was able to help. So there was that element to it, but also as a doctor, you've got a new disease. These things don't happen more than once or twice perhaps in a lifetime, and the opportunity to go in and see this firsthand and understand a bit more about the disease and work out how it actually might impact on customers, insurance applicants, those kind of things. There was so many strands to why I wanted to do it, but basically it was good for me too. It was good for me not to sit at home and feel frustrated and not be able to do something.
So there's a real curiosity. So you're able to sort of wear your kind of your medical hat, but also your insurance hat at the same time, and learn an awful lot.
Yeah, definitely.
What was it like when you first got into the hospitals at the start of the pandemic? What did you see? What do you remember most about those first sort of few weeks and days?
Do you know, it's odd looking back. I wrote a blog while I was there for a few weeks, and I went back and read it actually to remind myself of quite how it was like at the time, because it was so raw, and it's surreal. It was really surreal. The kind of thing that I remember is driving into work and there being nothing, no cars on the road, driving into a hospital car park. Normally there would be a massive fight to get a car parking space, and for doctors and patients alike, and then the car parks were deserted. You'd walk into the corridors and it would be deathly silent. I mean, almost eerie. You imagine, I work in the A&E department quite a lot as an acute medic, and that is a place that's full of hustle and bustle and angry people and people wanting to be seen and people that are very sick and deteriorating rapidly. And it was in between COVID patients, it was eerily quiet, and it was almost, I can only compare it to being like a firefighter waiting for a fire. There were moments of complete calm where you thought almost, dare I say it, that you were bored. And then there were moments where you'd have minutes and hours worth of the highest intensity work, where you'd move from being relaxed to adrenaline rushing and it being very kind of anxious and almost frightening, So there was that.
Sounds very surreal. The idea that we're in the middle of a health crisis, but there are times when the hospital felt empty. I mean, that must have been very odd.
Yeah, and also there was that element that you wondered where all of the normal heart attacks had gone, all of the strokes, all of those kind of things, and there was such a fear, such an anxiety about attending hospital that almost the message that had come out from the government was too strong to avoid going into the hospital to protect them from being overwhelmed, and some of those things were sat at home, and that was the worry, particularly for children. Think about a meningitis case, how quickly that can deteriorate, and you wanted to see some of those, but it was very hard for people at home to know which one was strong enough as a reason to come into the hospital or not. But also people didn't want to come in because they didn't want to come into contact with people that were very sick with COVID, which was a very reasonable.
And we're seeing the long-lasting effects of that. We're beginning to see that now, aren't we? And we can come on to the future a bit later. What else did you see? What about the PPE experience? Was that a new one for you, or lack of maybe at the first part of the pandemic?
Well, it was more about the anxiety of not knowing what was protective. You can go into a place, you can don all of your equipment, you hope that you do it correctly, and there's a lovely sense of teamwork in that, that once I tried to walk into one of the bays and I got allocated to the COVID unit, so lucky me, all I saw the whole time was COVID, no other kind of general medicine, and you might tire after a while because wearing this kit it's uncomfortable, it's painful, it's boiling hot. Hospitals are really hot places, and you would literally lose kilos during the day through sweating, which is quite unpleasant. But if you moved into a bay where you knew you've got 3 or 4 COVID patients and they're coughing, you might forget to wear something. One of your colleagues would tap you on the shoulder and say, Deb, you've forgotten to wear, you're missing a glove or you're missing your visor, and you all kind of, that kind of wartime mentality, the phrasing that the government was using was almost right, actually. It was a bit like being in the trenches and just kind of keeping an eye out for each other. But one of the things
sounds terrifying. Just before you sort of say that, it does sound terrifying. As listening in, I'm like, wow, there must have been moments where you were completely in the unknown.
I remember a patient deteriorating rapidly in front of me, and I genuinely thought that she was going to die. She was coughing so much she just couldn't catch her breath. And I remember thinking of all the things that I had to do to work through to try and make sure that she got to intensive care, that she was intubated at the right time. But a little, voice at the back of your brain's also going, is my PPE on correctly? Is it as protective as we hope it is? Is this something that I could get? Is this something I could take home to my children and my family? And all of those things, because we knew so little about the virus at the time, was running through your head. There was a lot going through our heads at the time. Yeah.
Wow. Sorry, before I interrupted you, we're going to reflect on something.
Well, I was going to say it was such an unusual thing because, in my job before, I had a good idea of patients that were sick and patients that were well enough to go home, patients that might need routing into high dependency units and intensive cares, and we knew how to deal with those. But the unusual thing about this was it's so uncertain. There were no guidelines. There was nothing nationally issued as this is how you deal with a COVID patient. This was all done individually in hospitals by individual doctors. And we worked at evidence bases normally, and there wasn't an evidence base. We would spend, those minutes where I said where it was quiet, most of the doctors were on WhatsApp. It was amazing, actually. Teams across the world were collaborating. We were getting messages from New York, from Wuhan, from Lombardy, doctors that were sharing experiences on patients, trying to work out what the best thing to do was for them. Because that's why you are a doctor. You want to make people better. And if you don't know how to do that, it's the most unusual situation, because we've never really been in that situation for decades as doctors. We've been very comfortable about knowing how to treat people. So it was very, very unusual. And the very different thing about this pandemic was actually the lack of relatives being able to come into the hospital. I've never not been able to get somebody, if their relative was dying, to come in and actually talk to them, be a human being, try and kind of answer their questions, to make them understand what was going on, to give them last chances to say goodbyes. And that was, beyond doubt, the hardest thing, that you had to exclude people, and you understood the emotional impact that would have on them and their families, that they couldn't say goodbye to patients. So we tried very hard to be the proxy, for their relatives. But it was busy, and so you couldn't always do that. So it was very, very challenging.
Counter to your human intuition, almost. You're having to.
Everything you are as a doctor says that you shouldn't do it that way, and that was very tough.
Wow, I mean, an amazing experience. And we'll come on to a little bit later how we're facing, we're in the middle of a second lockdown, and what we're facing in the NHS. But I'm interested to find out a little bit about, if we change the lens slightly back to your insurance underwriting and your role at Swiss Re as well. What have we learned from the pandemic, and what can we bring to our industry to help us help foster our role next to the NHS going forward?
Well, I think if I cover it from the NHS point of view and then the insurance point of view, I think, from the NHS point of view, we've learnt lots about how to treat people. So, as an industry, there's been lots of perceptions about the fact that we're almost closed to business. And I think it should be anything, it should be far from that. So we know that we've got treatments that will work. We know that we've had the recovery trial, and the wonderful thing for the planet is that we know that the drugs that actually help reduce the inflammation and help reduce the death rate is cheap, it's accessible, it's steroids, they're off license, and they're globally accessible to people to help to improve that, which is the best news, and that came from the UK. So well done us. The other thing is that lots of people are not necessarily going to be intubated in the future. We've learned lots about not necessarily sending people straight to go onto mechanical ventilation. And mechanical ventilation comes with lots of difficulties. your lungs aren't supposed to be inflated by a machine. It's not good for them. You only have it in extremis. So we know that people's outcomes will be a lot better. And that links in with what we can do in terms of thinking about implications and illness long term in the industry. But we also know who is vulnerable. And so to underwrite people how to offer cover where we can and how not to. And the other thing we can think about is really, we know there's this sort of novel phenomenon now that is long COVID. We've had recent announcements by the government and NICE that there's going to be a definition for that. But we have lots and lots of people, lots and lots of social media groups talking about the long-term effects of COVID, and it's very poorly understood currently, but there's obviously a need to kind of cater for those patients and be able to underwrite people that have that particular condition. I mean, in terms of how the NHS has changed, I think virtual clinics, doing things with tech came in very quickly. Being able to do outpatient clinics virtually will just carry on. But we've also got to think about the difficulties in that lots of the elective care, lots of the routine operations like hips and knees and things like that were very much delayed. My colleagues in cancer care actually worked tirelessly to make sure that actually people were seen within the 2-week wait as much as humanly possible, allowing for the pressures of work. So, in terms of how the industry should adapt, I think, we've had to adapt for the fact that if you're trying to get, particularly for high net worth clients, if you're trying to get insurance applications approved, there's not been the ability to get to see a doctor. And so we've had to flex to that and adapt and say that maybe some blood tests instead of sending you for an ECG would be useful. And so, the doors are open. I think, if you read the ABI publication that said that more than £90 million has been paid out so far on life insurance just for COVID alone, to me that's a prime opportunity to do two things really. One is to celebrate that the industry provides the resilience that it needs to. That's what we're there for, but also to show that there is a need for protection cover. The average sum that was paid out was 63,000. That's not a great deal, is it? There's room there to talk to people, because we understand now that actually we're not as resilient or bulletproof as we think we might be. We all like to think we're immortal, but that's certainly not the case. And pandemics like this really kind of shake the foundations. And if nothing else, we should be out there using that kind of change of perception to drive actually selling cover and actually getting people protected and make us all more resilient.
Indeed. I mean, there was a real example with the ABI stats, the grid stats that showed the amount that had been paid out during COVID so far. And I think that's definitely something that has remained positive as a result of the pandemic. Going back to your comment about cancer care, are we in a position where going into, or in the middle of a second wave rather, the NHS is far more in a position to be able to provide the sort of services that those with urgent referral are going to need, other appointments being met, while we are seeing a spike in infections?
I think in terms of the targets like the 2-week wait and the 1-month wait to get treatment, I think we are struggling to meet it, but close. So I think that's very encouraging, and that's part of why the NHS is so revered. Is that the people in it are so committed to it that they just work tirelessly, any number of extra hours just to try and make that happen, because it's not. It's untenable that we don't. So my colleagues in cancer care are wonderful for that. But I think the difficulty, the worry is that people don't present. And so that we know that lots of people don't present with symptoms, and that's the fear. The fear is that there are people sat at home that have got symptoms that we call red flag symptoms, that they've had, a little bit of chest pain, or they've passed some blood in their stool or pee and say, I'm a little bit worried about this. And that's the fear, that the lag is not so much the provision of services, it's more that the lack of wanting to go and to discuss something, because the perception, I think, still is that the doors are closed to healthcare, and that's something we're trying to really try and balance the message. But I'm hopeful, and I'm sure we'll come on to that the stats on the second wave will help us with that.
And you mentioned there's now more of an awareness that maybe the IC units or incubation aren't necessarily needed in the same way. So that's going to help free up capacity. So that's a really good sign. And I thought it was very interesting what you mentioned about how NICE are putting into place some guidelines on long COVID. I know the NHS has invested quite a lot of money in putting in place some very specific clinics for long COVID. And we're already seeing some insurance providers taking an approach with rehabilitation around long COVID. So what are your views on how do we know what is the best way to treat long COVID when it comes to rehabilitation? I noticed that there's been some talk, there's been some services put in place that feature PACE and also ME type symptoms support, such as PACE guidelines. Is that something that's considered? Is it too early to say whether that's the most appropriate way to treat long COVID?
I think the data's just not there. I mean, we're barely at the point where we understand exactly how to treat the disease itself, let alone the long-term side effects. The difficulty is, we've had lots of interest and lots of actual funding into research, small number research, looking at exactly what causes the side effects to this. So potentially cognitive problems, breathing problems, reductions in your exercise tolerance, so before you get a bit breathless and have to sit down. And there's been various studies that have looked at heart inflammation, excuse me, and changes in the lungs. And the only thing we've got to compare to are things like SARS and MERS, and so we're using those as exemplars at the moment. But the other thing is, we know that we've had a whole block of applicants, and I look at insurance claims on this every week, of people that have a post-viral fatigue type picture, and we don't really understand what the mechanisms of those are. But what we do know is actually that if you intervene early and that if you actually provide support at an early stage, people tend to do a lot better. The vast majority, it's a sort of 90-10 rule. You can probably assist people in getting back to their employment, about their usual life, their habits, their socialisation very quickly. And so the kind of things that are used are very similar to the chronic fatigue, the post-viral fatigue, the ME type of things. So we're using our psychiatry support to do that, yeah.
So we don't want to throw the baby out the bathwater, as it were. Like you say, an early intervention can be a really, really good way of helping someone back on their feet. So
yeah.
With that in mind then, the insurance industry has a real role it can play here then. Do you see that role crossing over more so, where, in the public perception, obviously the NHS has always seemed to be the obvious go-to, and PMI and other forms of protection with beneficial health services previously might have been a bit of an afterthought. Do you think we're in a position where that crossover might start to happen a bit more?
I think products with ancillary services are becoming more and more critical, actually. I see lots and lots of claims, particularly on income protection, where you can't help but feel that actually that life is kind of a trigger. You look at it holistically and you realise that the pressures on people can be not just pathology, not just their medical problems, but also their responsibilities in life. We all do, very busy jobs, but we also have childcare needs. We also have often needs now for elderly parents, and there is definitely a gap between when people need assistance and when they actually qualify for something in the NHS, and there's not much to support in that kind of intervening time. So the ability to provide, products that actually deal with real life, not theoretical lives. Our lives are complicated and busy and stressful now, and actually things that support through that, I think, are essential, and they would be seen as valuable by people, So it's a very easy sell from some of those points of view.
We had a lot of discussions yesterday about how advisors, for example, are talking more about added value services within protection policies. And you've already mentioned as well how the NHS adapted with virtual GPs and remote services. And we've seen a lot of that happening within the private medical space as well, with remote treatments for cancer and heart. So in a way, it's kind of sped up that development, the pandemic. That's one of the few things that we've seen.
Yeah, one of the interesting things I think is that everybody's moving to use more tech-based solutions, and that's that's very, 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 very helpful. But also, I can see us almost moving to non-traditional underwriting methods in the future. We understand, the drivers for health, and I get approached all the time now with fascinating medical tech innovations. Things that you could use, that when you're FaceTiming your friends, your phone is automatically looking at your vital signs. It's assessing the blood fluctuations in your face. It can tell what your blood pressure is, whether it's high or low. It can probably tell what your heart rate is, what your breathing rate is. It can trigger to get you to look at your Apple Watch, for instance, or whatever other smartwatch you might have, to look at that to see whether you've got heart rhythm problems that might predispose you to a stroke. So I think the tech space is definitely the exciting part of underwriting, that we at some point in the future will move away from asking questions that are 30, 40 questions long to something that's kind of focused about your history, but much more looking at better enabled ways to predict your risk for long-term insurance.
So interesting.
It's quite exciting.
So interesting. And do you think that also there's potentially more, not to make too much of a generalisation, but maybe as a result of the pandemic, more awareness around the need for prevention? We've seen the kind of the people being labelled at risk, and the kind of the fears around certain conditions and the impact of COVID. So beyond the pandemic, which, to remind our viewers, it will end eventually, and we've just seen a vaccine announced, so we are getting there. But it doesn't feel like it sometimes. But even beyond COVID, to look forward ahead, do you think there'll be more of a kind of a wider awareness of prevention, and that would that be an opportunity for insurance providers to engage, not just from an underwriting perspective, but also when when a policy is in force?
Yeah, I think one of the struggles we've always had for years is that life insurance is not tangible, and therefore when you hit an economic crisis, it seems to be one of the first things that gets looked at carefully in the family budget. But actually, if you can make it tangible, if you can actually collaborate with people, with your policyholders, and actually talk about how they can help improve their lives, and actually add on those kind of services that help them look at how they can help themselves, how we can help them, it becomes more of a partnership. And I think that partnership is more tangible, and then the product it sells itself.
Indeed. We've got some really good comments from the chat so far. Deborah Clark said, thanks for covering long COVID through the interview. Very interesting, and hopefully we'll get more data to be able to support. But in the meantime, using the rehabilitation services available and intervening ASAP is a good step. And I think that's a really solid thing to say. So, yeah, I mean, going forward then, will you be back in the hospital to help out as we face the second wave?
I still go in from time to time. It's important to keep my clinical skills up, but absolutely, if as soon as we start being busy, I mean, I think that's the thing where it's kind of regional at the moment. I'm hopeful, looking at the statistics, that actually this second lockdown is doing what it needs to. Certainly, the numbers are looking good, so I have all of my fingers crossed. Indeed,
and we've seen the death rate not fall obviously, but not rising as fast as it was during the second wave. I mean, I'm no medical expert. What's the reason behind that? So it's, when you look at all the different figures, you have the diagnostic rate. So we know that the testing shows that there's a far greater number, but the amount of testing that was back in the first part was so limited to patients that were symptomatic in hospital, and even not all of those. So it's difficult to compare the actual number of positive tests. Of course, yeah. We know that the admissions are going up, and that's why the government took the movements that they made. But the numbers moving to ITU are holding, and in fact they've held for a few days now, and they're hopefully going to recede. And as I say, I'm very, very hopeful that if that holds for the next week, that we should indeed save Christmas, as Boris suggested. So you're confident that the infection rate will fall? It's hard to be confident, but you're hoping. You think that's an accurate estimation?
I think it is promising, and I think the news from Pfizer this week regarding the vaccine is incredibly helpful. I think the logistics of getting a vaccine that requires minus 80 degrees transportation is going to be interesting for Matt Hancock, but I think actually as a global announcement, it's incredibly helpful and promising.
Definitely a ray of hope, isn't it? Johnny Timpson has said in the chat room, agree with Debbie, re cancer, and met with Macmillan this morning to discuss their Forgotten Sea campaign, and asked for government We can play a part. We can play a part by supporting people approach their GP with health concerns, plus signposting to support services and occupational benefit support. We saw yesterday as well how there is a real opportunity to link up with outside organisations outside our industry, so charities, and also like you're a great example of someone who kind of has crossed into the NHS and done their bit. What would you like to last few comments? Unless we get any more questions from the chat, we've got a few minutes left. What else would you like to see the insurance industry do? You talked about underwriting. We've talked a little bit about the rehabilitative and the additional services available through protection. But where else could we see evolution and progression in light of your experiences?
Well, I think we need to use people like me. I think we need to have people that cross the barriers between patient groups and insurance. I think we need to understand in real life the kind of challenges that we have. We have things like critical illness where we put lots of diagnosis criteria, but I spend every week looking at claims where they happen to by chance just miss being one of the list of serious conditions, and I think we need to kind of develop the products so that they're more related to impact and related to the kind of things that stop people being able to work, being able to support their families and do those kind of things. So I think there's lots of work to do to get us to actually meet this kind of aim that we have to make sure that the world is a bit more resilient, and the opportunities are limitless, really.
And we, as an industry, we can definitely play a role in meeting the needs. Emma Thompson has given me a really, really great reminder. I was going to mention, you mentioned it earlier. So thanks, Debbie, for such an interesting session based on your blog, which I can recommend and people can find and read on LinkedIn. I've had a look at that too, so definitely search out Debbie's blog on LinkedIn. She also said, I knew you'd be a great speaker for the conference. So,
Thanks, Emma.
As did we. That's why we invited you. Thanks a lot for joining us, Debbie. That's about as much time we've got before we take a sort of few minutes before our next session. But yeah, good luck when you go back to the hospital, and fingers crossed you're not needed for another crisis. It doesn't seem that way, so that's a positive sign.
No, excellent. Thank you, everybody. Have a good conference.
Thanks, Debbie. Thank you. So, that was a fantastic session. I think you'll agree. Thanks for your comments in the chat and for asking the questions that you did. Now we will be moving on to our first live panel discussion for today, which is fittingly after some of the things we discussed during Debbie's session on COVID-19 and underwriting, assessing the big picture. And I'm pleased to say this will be chaired by Alia Risk Director Andrew Wibberley, who's joined by AIG's Helen Croft, Pacific Life Re's Carl Padgett, and Future Proof's David Mead. So it's my great pleasure to hand over to Andrew to start the discussion.
Thank you, Adam. Good morning, everyone. And it's a real pleasure to be able to share some of the conversations that the likes of David, Carl, Helen and I have had over the last 6 months and will be having for a long time to come. I've been lucky enough to work with Debbie in my first job, and she's a great person to remind us that if anyone thinks that what we do is hard or what we're doing is brave on a daily basis, she kind of raises the bar. So a tough act to follow, but we'll do our best. And as Adam said, I'm really lucky to be joined by award winners galore this morning. So if David isn't bleary-eyed, he should be, as customer service award winner from last night. I think Helen at AIG is kind of drowning under awards from last night. And Carl, if a reinsurance underwriter ever wins an award, then you get in trouble. So he did a good job of managing not to. But we're keen, in our pre-talk for this session, I guess we were keen, obviously, to talk about COVID and to do that in a way by having the frontline advisor experience, the insurer experience and the reinsurer experience together, which we think is unique. And to look not just at what's gone on in the past, but to look really at today and the future. And I think that's probably the best place to start, is to go around the three of us, of you, and talk to what today looks like. It's easy to talk a lot about what could have been better in March or April, or what we did well in March or April. But David, maybe if we start with you and how things currently look from your perspective.
Sure, Andrew. Well, good morning, everyone, first of all. So I speak with two hats on really. My future-proof hat, which is a mid-market advisory brokerage. We deal with mainly families and quite often and frequently people who've been struggling to obtain cover as well. And then my other hat is with St James's Place Protection Planning, where we tend to deal more with high net worth, business protection, larger sum assured. So I thought I'd put a bit of perspective on from both sides. In the mid-market, our biggest challenges we're currently seeing around the inevitable GP reports. There seems to be a greater requirement for them in the first place. Maybe that's just our perception, but then secondly, just the time that they're coming back to us tends to be extended at the moment. Our fact-finding process has therefore become even more important, bringing out the salient facts that are influencing underwriting decisions and trying to avoid bumps in the road and saving everyone a bit of time. I suppose one of the great challenges that we've all got, everyone here will have in common, is many insurers are capping maximum loadings at the moment, and that's causing quite a lot of challenges. And sadly, there are quite a few cases that we're finding unplaceable, at least at the moment. In the high net worth space, similar issues, of course, and more automatic reasons for medical screenings. And of course, that's then leading to some of the challenges around resourcing at the medical screening companies. And of course, lockdown is also causing some access problems. But more delays, I suppose, is really the conclusion to that bit. Over the last 3 months, the positive news is our pipeline has doubled. And it's not just doubled because of the delays, it's doubled because we're writing more business. Clients are definitely more engaged. I think it's obvious that people are more aware of their vulnerabilities at the moment. We're arranging more income protection than we've ever done, more critical illness than we've ever done, and obviously more life cover. And perhaps most interestingly, our conversion rates have doubled since March. So that's quite a massive figure for us, the same sort of level of inquiries, but doubling in conversion rates. So we're finding if clients' expectations are being managed carefully, they do understand some of the challenges we all face, and they stay on board and they stay engaged with the process. So obviously advisors, insurers, reinsurers, medical screening companies, we're all in the same boat, and we've all been under a fair bit of pressure, I think it's fair to say, in the last few months. But 2020 has demonstrated that when we work together, we can all find solutions and to some really thorny problems. And I think a couple of great examples that are probably coming back into play now, virtual medical screenings, really great innovation. The greater, wider use of e-signatures and, dare I say, e-GPRs as well. Acceptance of third-party medical data. All of these are really important to smooth through the underwriting process and get clients the cover that they need. And I think everyone's displayed a really good can-do attitude. So I feel optimistic about where we're at the moment. There are obviously some challenges, but if we continue to work together, I think we'll find a way through the next few months.
Thank you, David. Yeah, I think the insight there on conversions and pipeline doubling is really interesting. And when we look ahead to kind of what happens next, and I guess that gives the usual mix of opportunity and challenge. I'm keen to kind of throw it, I guess, to the other end, whichever way round we draw that pyramid, to come to Carl and I guess get an insight into what's happening in a reinsurer's office today. If I start that broad, Carl, then or a reinsurer's house, I should say today.
Cheers, Andrew.
What are you and the team there busy on?
Good morning, all. I hope you're all well. Obviously, this week is the biggest news is obviously around the vaccine. Obviously, Debbie's alluded to that in the previous session. So that's a huge positive. It's going to ask a lot of questions in terms of that future landscape, the rollout. I mean, obviously, Debbie alluded to the sort of the logistics around that, given sort of the temperature level that it's got to be stored at. So that's going to be an interesting point to see when it starts, and also the actual structure of that rollout in terms of the cohorts they go to. And also then seeing what happens to the infection rate over time as a result of that, and also as a result of the continuing social distancing as well. So that's not just from an underwriting point of view, but also from our R&D team and also the pricing team as well. So keen to really see the impact of that. And it's great that obviously to hear what David is saying around conversion rates, more interested in protection, which is good news for all. If we're a triangle here today and we've all got our part to play, and we have played that part, and I think that a lot has been said, but I think we should be very proud of the way that the industry has come together. We've worked collaboratively, in times that we've never had to deal with before. And as I said to a lot of people, what I may say today is tomorrow fish and chip paper, but I think there's realms to be positive now. We're in moving into a different time, I think, as well. It's been a very long year. I think that, I'm not going to steal sort of my later sort of lines, but we are seeing a chink of light at the end of that long tunnel now. And there's real reasons to be positive as well. The other questions we're being asked around are about long COVID, and quite a few things coming through this week about impact of long COVID, which makes me smile when you look at data. And we sort of, 9 months worth of data from the UK in respect of COVID. Clearly, there's obviously early indications around the residual impact of COVID, say after 3 weeks of someone being infected, around residual symptoms, say anxiety, brain fog, fatigue, which I think that, from a post-viral element, we underwrite anyway in terms of any post-viral infection. So that's something we're looking at. But I see the long-term unknown, sitting there with a crystal ball, is the mortality impact. Obviously, I mentioned my actuarial colleagues, obviously they love data. And I think it's going to take some time to truly understand the longer-term mortality impacts. And really, you're not going to see sort of wide-scale imaging of people to truly understand the impact, say, perhaps on their lungs and their structure in terms of, is there, say, fibrosis as a result of COVID? So there's lots to learn going forward in the future, but I think we're now sitting here in November. I think that we're in a very different place to where we were back earlier in the year. I think there's real grounds to be positive for sure.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. And I agree. I'm both looking back 2 months to the Cover Claims and Underwriting Forum and notes from that, and already they seem, your fish and chip paper's probably generous to some of those. And even last week when we spoke and we're kind of considering talking about vaccines, and yeah, suddenly it comes to life incredibly quickly. Helen, welcome. And I guess this kind of is often what an insurer feels like, is being between what David says and what Carl says. So here we are live, playing that through. So for you at AIG there, again, kind of how different does it feel this time round compared to 6 months ago? And what things are you busy with this week?
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. It's great to join you all this morning. To pick up from where Carl left off there, we are just in an entirely different world than where we were back in March and April, where everything was new. So the government guidance, the lockdown, and the strain on the NHS, underwriting philosophies and processes were needing to be developed and implemented at a pace. So there was lots of change around that period in time. This time round, for the second wave, for the second lockdown, we knew it was coming. So there's no surprise here. The NHS and the government and insurers have been planning for this second wave around this period of time since the start of the pandemic. So there'll be much more control and less disruption as a result of that. So I'm hopeful I've got a reassuring message for people today. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the work that's been going on in my world and in many insurers' worlds over the last couple of weeks. Focusing on really trying to make sure that we are continuing to right protection for the people who need us to be there for them in this period of time. So specifically on medical evidence, so GP reports, a big difference between the first wave and the second wave is that a lot of insurers stopped requesting GP evidence in the first lockdown as a response to the call to arms to protect the NHS. So in this kind of second wave, this second lockdown, we don't foresee that being the case. So processes are in place now, and we're still seeing GP evidence being returned, albeit, as David said, that it may take slightly longer for those reports to come back. But we are still seeing returns come through, and we are still seeing requests go out. So hopefully a reassuring message that it's business as usual there. Albeit that there's things that we've learned along the way. So lots of insurers have looked at using customer supplied evidence as an alternative to GP reports, and that's something that there's been a real focus on. before the pandemic, but spotlighted as a result of the pandemic. And I think we'll take a lot of learnings from that going forward as well, on where we can use information from the customer to speed up the underwriting process. And that's certainly being done now as part of this kind of second wave response. Medical screenings is the other kind of key area of underwriting evidence. And in the first wave, we weren't able to obtain face-to-face screening. So it's great to see that with the precautions and measures that have been put in place by the screenings providers, that medical screenings can take place in this second lockdown. So we're allowing those people who need to undergo an exam, mainly for routine limits, to be able to get the insurance that they need at the full sum assured that they need in place. So again, to touch on what David mentioned there are other alternatives as well, and the virtual screenings that have been devised over the pandemic will be being deployed more now as a result of this second lockdown. And we're obviously keen to minimise the face-to-face contact where we can. So we'll see more use of virtual solutions, but the face-to-face exams can still take place to allow those applications to progress where they're needed. So I'd say overall, there's been lots of work going on process-wise to make sure that really that we can continue with business as usual. And although we will see, inevitably, we will see a slowing in some of the evidence being returned and some challenges in finding appointment availability, if, for example, nurses need to shield in a particular area. We absolutely are still progressing with the vast majority of applications in the same way as we would have done before this second wave and second lockdown. So hopefully a reassuring message from an insurance perspective there.
Yeah, no, thanks, Helen. It's interesting. I guess, again, just looking back at some key numbers that have been thrown around, and I'll try to keep this short, but I guess we're now far enough in that a number of insurers have shared, I think generally numbers about 2 or 3% of cases where different underwriting decisions, 2 or 3% of lives where different underwriting decisions have been made to what would have been made before. Interestingly, when we did the cover survey, I think over half of advisors had different decisions made on one or more of their clients. And I think that's a really interesting perspective, again, on the, it is just a small number of people, or it is a small number of people who are affected, but clearly that affects a large number of advisors. So I suppose a key question, whether related to vaccines or not, is at what point, or will we ever get back to kind of a January 2020 underwriting philosophy? I don't know who wants to go first there. Probably Helen and Carl. Be interested in both of your views.
Carl, shall I go first?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I'll step in. I think that what Helen has alluded to there, I think in terms of how we underwrite has evolved, and I think you're going to see some of those aspects come into BAU, I think, going forward. So I think that speaking to someone yesterday was to reflect about, we cover people in all areas of the country, some in very remote areas, and we're trying to send someone to perform a screening perhaps 100 miles for, say, an element for a sum assured. Is that truly right going forwards? And actually, I think we could utilise remote screenings in a BAU environment in the right cases. I think you'll see that. But in terms of true medical underwriting philosophy, I think we're going into a space now whereby we'll have in 2021, January 2021, we'll have nearly a year's worth of data. We'll have learned what's coming through in terms of wave 2 as well, and really understanding the impact of what the vaccine is. I mean, when you see the headlines this week, they're pretty bold in terms of returning to, say, a normal way of life by spring, that we'll have a normal Easter. So for us as reinsurers and insurers, it's making sure that we can go back to a BAU underwriting environment at the earliest opportunity, supported by the data set, and we can have comfort in that. I think that's the one thing that I'm looking forward now, is actually continue to monitor that data and see a plateau in the infection rate, because even with the vaccine, we're going to have levels of COVID circulating in society, but at a lot lower levels. I think if I look back to sort of July, the discussions that we're having at the end of July, early August, the environment then was actually quite positive in terms of, we'd actually come out of social distancing measures to a degree. Hospitality industry was open, was able to travel. we had more of a sort of a normal society. And actually, had that environment and the infection rate level continue to be at that level, we're having discussions at what point could we go back. But obviously, we knew a second wave was going to come along, and obviously, it's come perhaps a little bit earlier than we expected. Obviously, we didn't anticipate a lockdown again coming in as early as it has, but it's had to come in. So I think for us as reinsurers, I mean, the engagement with all our insurers, weekly calls that were probably daily back in April, is continuing to make sure that we're working together and using the data that is available in terms of the impact of the vaccine. What's the earliest opportunity we could actually look back to implementing a sort of the standard underwriting philosophy that has been amended as a result of this global pandemic, and optimism. I can see it with a crystal ball, I can say a date. And so that could be tomorrow's Fish and Chip paper. So personally, when you see what's coming out this week, end of March, you're looking at springtime. But again, it's what the earliest opportunity is where we can actually feel confident of moving back to that BAU environment, and obviously helping everyone in this triangle here today in terms of the insurer, David as well, and all his colleagues in distribution in terms of that, clearing that pipeline, and also promoting that great message that the protection industry has stayed open through this global pandemic, and I think that's a big thing that we can never lose sight of.
Yeah, I'd kind of echo what Carl said there, that we're not anticipating the changes, to go back to previous levels overnight, but it's also not in the, kind of unimaginable future. The vaccine news does give us that kind of glimmer of hope there, and certainly would expect to see changes within the next 12 months. Obviously, there will be work to be done on that pipeline, on David's pipeline, and many other distribution pipelines at such a point to manage those things through. And we will take the learnings that have come about as a result of changes in process or philosophy through the pandemic, and come out the other side with some things that are better as well. So we've got to take the positives, right?
Yeah, I'll just add to that, Helen, as well, actually, that we've learned an awful lot through this period. We can't go back to manuals or colleagues who have dealt with this in the past, because we didn't have this risk. And we talk about a 1 in 200 event in terms of pandemic risk. Actually, if you look at what's gone before us in terms of SARS and MERS, this really didn't hit us in terms of mortality in our own country. But actually, we're now better placed that in years to come, if there is another pandemic risk come along, we're better placed to deal with that. Although it could be a very different virus, but we're actually better equipped to do that. So, from adversity, there is positivity. And so that's the part I'm looking for now, and looking forward into 2021, and at what point we can actually sort of really go back to normal business environment.
I guess from a distribution perspective, one of the challenges is that temporary exclusions at the moment, or temporary postpones, don't become a permanent feature of the underwriting world. And I'm sure we're all conscious of this. Access to insurance, there's lots of really important work being done around access to insurance. I think our greatest concern, and when you read about the increases in mental health issues at the moment, is how that's going to be interpreted when those play through into new applications for income protection, critical illness and life cover. I think I read something the other day saying there's maybe a 300% increase in mental health cases at the moment. That's going to play through into the underwriting world. And are these people going to end up not being able to arrange income protection, or at least having mental health issues excluded, or are they going to be postponed for periods of time? And I think that's one of the biggest concerns, is the people who are being impacted right now or are unable to get cover right now, that they are not left behind as we move forwards and hopefully out through the spring and into a more normal environment.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, David. I think, and I can see the questions coming in, and we'll jump to those. And I think it's fair to say that we are all understandably excited about vaccines this week, and genuinely that does kind of, in all ways in our society, it kind of gives you that hope. I started looking at holidays for next year, next summer, while also playing through the underwriting implications of it. But you're right, David, it's not, frankly, a vaccine doesn't solve everything. And especially, that very specific question about the interaction between mental health and COVID and making sure we don't overreact, or that we treat kind of disclosures appropriately. I know maybe if we just do a brief segue to that, if that's okay, Carl. I don't know if you want to talk a bit about mental health and the ABI work, and then we'll come back and kind of cover off vaccine questions at the end, but to give David and hopefully others some insight or reassurance into that side of things.
Yeah, so obviously with the launch of the mental health, the ABI mental health standards in September, all insurers who are ABI members will be signing up to that and implementing that by the end of 2021. And it's holding us as an industry to account to ensure that we're treating people who disclose a mental health condition in a consistent manner in terms of the underwriting journey, the questions that are asked, and also, the communication out in terms of the actual acceptance terms, and also using the most up-to-date and statistically credible data that is available. In March, Pacific Life Re, we actually updated our mental health guidelines, our philosophy around that. And I know for life cover, I think we're now accepting more people at standard rates. So we are going through, in the next, 12 months, all insurers will be looking at how they do treat people who disclose a mental health condition, let's say from the start of the journey through to the decision and the actual communication that goes there as well. So from my perspective, COVID is going to be treated like another condition. We've got to be consistent, like I said before, around post-viral fatigue. We assess that now, and I think we're going to have those disclosures coming through, and we should be treating them in a consistent manner as well. There's no doubt, again, from a learning perspective, we're going to see disclosures come through that we won't have seen before. But at the same time, we're here to provide as much cover as we can to all our customers. So it's something that we'll say the next 12 months is very apt as well, very timely that the ABI mental health standards are coming through as well to hold us to account in that way as well.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Right, let's get on to. Sorry, Helen. Do you want to?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I agree with what Carl said there, and something that was discussed as part of the mental health working party was, how well we do that differentiation between what's a normal reaction to a significant life event versus what is a mental health condition or a mental health illness, and that is an area that insurers will be focusing on, as part of the work that's going on across all insurers as a result of the mental health standards. So it's certainly something that we're conscious of, and we'll be looking to implement some positive changes there.
Cool. Right. I think this last 5 minutes of questions, let me get small print all over it and go, Carl and Helen don't know what they're talking about. They're making it up. We're going to talk vaccines, and we're going to talk all the different questions that are coming in on it. So if I start with one of the harder ones, and interested in David's view as well on this one in particular. So Marcus Evangeli, I hope that's right, has asked, as vaccines will be optional, will insurers look to underwrite differently based on this to reflect the risk? This may be seen as a two-tier approach. Now, clearly, normally insurers don't insist on people having vaccines, but Carl, Helen, do you want to enter that conversation, or is it enough to say we're 2 days into this, we don't know?
I'm going to give a personal view. So my personal view, Andrew, you already alluded to the fact we don't actually underwrite currently depending on someone who's been vaccinated against a condition. We have numerous vaccinations in society to protect us against other conditions, infections. And I don't think it would be the right thing to do. I think that if someone is a choice as to someone's going to be vaccinated, obviously, if someone's actually feel they've had COVID, they may feel they don't need the vaccination, even though, again, the longer-term study in terms of the antibody, the jury's still out on that. So for me personally, I don't think we could see to actually asking about a vaccination within the underwriting process. It'd be a very tough call, because ultimately we're going to be treating COVID very differently to other infections. We don't enter the flu season and start asking people over a certain age have you been vaccinated against flu. So for me personally, it wouldn't be the right thing to do.
Okay.
Yeah, I think just to add to that, what we're really looking at from the vaccine, or from any of the the methods of controlling the virus is a reduction in the transmission of the virus, so a reduction in the risk to the population as a whole. So it's not necessarily one individual being vaccinated that's the most interesting part for us. It's how does the vaccine being introduced to the population then improve the mortality of the pool as a whole, really. So I'd agree. It feels unlikely that we would go down to that granular level. We're more interested in the transmission rate.
And I presume, without putting words into your mouth, that a similar approach then to Rebecca Ogborn's question of, do you think clients that do eventually have the vaccine will be postponed cover for a period of time to monitor side effects, etc.? I'm gonna assume, as a dusting off my underwriting credentials, that if it's safe enough, by the point the government are saying it's a safe vaccine and to go and have it, that insurers aren't going to be doing that, or I'm going. Well, yeah.
I think that's fair to say, Andrew. Yeah, and by the point that we're going down to a sports hall to get injected into our arms, it will have been approved, and the safety element should be covered off.
Okay.
It's also a point of consistency as well, because around disclosure of that on an application form. Say vaccinations against other conditions aren't disclosed. So again, I think there's that point of consistency, and I totally agree with what Helen has said on both points today.
So I'm really aware of time because we have a hard end at 11 and we have a slight lag on the video thing as well. So, but I would just like in 30 seconds or less to come back round to everyone and to, I guess, we've probably done enough reasons to be positive actually about 2021, but how you're feeling about that, the next 6 months, and reasons to be positive. Maybe David, if I could start with you.
Okay, well, as I was saying earlier, I think there are lots of reasons to be positive. We've learned so much, as everyone's been talking about today and yesterday, through the last 9 months. And I think it's proved that we can move quickly, we can be fleet of foot, we can react quickly, necessity drives us all, and we can find solutions in seemingly really difficult situations. So I think, if we can carry that attitude forwards and into the future, then it's going to bode well. I think for me, from a distribution perspective, income protection has been spotlighted and has had a highlight on it. Really, it's really come to the fore in the last few weeks and months. And for me, I hope that is ingrained within the whole industry now, and income protection becomes more and more prominent in the advice process.
Thank you, David. Helen?
It's kind of headline being the fact that we're in an industry that is there to support people when they're going through difficult times. It's an incredibly difficult time for a lot of people, and we are there for them. So the ABI published some claims figures back in August, saying that £90 million at that point in time had been paid out to people from life insurers as a direct result of COVID. And I just think that's something that we can and should be proud of, that we're in an industry that is making a difference. And for most people, not to take away from the people who have been impacted by the underwriting changes, but for the 97 or 98% of people, the experience of buying protection insurance is the same as before the pandemic. So I think those two things, really, two stats from me to be positive about.
Carl?
Yeah, so I'm not going to quote any stats. I think for me, there's going to be some bumps along the road in the coming months, but we're long term. All our products are long term. We're long term focused. We're here to protect the existing customers, which we have done. Helen's alluded to the payment rates. Obviously, we've had the support in place around those who may be experiencing financial hardship. We've been able to offer a huge amount of cover as well. Reflecting in the biggest global pandemic for a century, and our doors are stayed open. I think we need to, as an industry, really continue to highlight that going into 2021. I think we need to really explain to people what we do, how we do it, and why we do that. I think as an education piece, that's one thing I keep saying about that. I think that collectively we just need to explain a little bit better what we do, why we're doing, why our products are so important. So yeah, I think going into 2021, there's so many things to be positive about. And I mean, today for me is a huge positive. Well, the collective of a reinsurer, an insurer, and distributor as well. So more sessions like this are really on my radar as well.
Thank you, Carl. And there's tons of questions. We are now at 11, so we'll stop for 2 minutes silence. But
thanks, Andrew, and to all our panelists for that really gritty discussion there. We will now take 2 minutes silence to pay our respects for Remembrance Day. Right, moving on with the conference. That was an excellent discussion chaired by Andrew Wibberley, so thanks to our panellists once again. Next, I will be joined by two specialist protection advisors to discuss unlocking the opportunities within the business protection market, especially within the SME market. So we're going to be placing business protection on the map and how it sits alongside other individual protection products, as well as employer-led group risk policies. So this hopefully will give our advisors watching some inspiration as to how to unlock the true potential of business protection. So a warm welcome to Ria Wotherspoon, who's the Financial Protection Specialist for City Finance Brokers, and Roy McLaughlin, who is the Associate Director of Cavendish Ware. Hi Ria, and hi Roy.
Hi.
Good, thanks for joining us. So yeah, let's kick things off and have a chat about individual protection. From your perspective, starting with you, Roy, how much opportunity is there in the SME market?
I think this is the great untapped market, actually. I believe that, if you look at the facts of the amount of businesses that are out there, over 2.5 million businesses signed up for auto enrolment. So that shows us the vast market. And the reason I say it's untapped is that there are not enough advisors in that marketplace. And basically, therefore, the opportunities are huge. I also think that with what's happening post-COVID, and if you look at all the commentators, everyone's saying, there are roughly 5 million self-employed people at the moment. That's only going to increase. We're going to see the rise of the entrepreneur. They're talking about it. This market becomes larger and larger, and therefore, I suspect that it's probably worth, advisors that haven't necessarily gone into the SME market, maybe reevaluating their strategy.
Indeed. And Ria, moving over to you, what sort of interest were you seeing for business protection pre-COVID, and were many of those clients of yours SMEs?
The majority are SMEs, and there's definitely the opportunities always there. I mean, even if you're only doing individual protection, there's always an opportunity. The majority of your clients are probably going to be knowing someone that's self-employed. If you've even got someone that runs a limited company, they tend to hang around with people that are running limited companies, and they're often companies of up to 10 people anyway. The opportunity is always there. As Roy said, I mean, we're kind of low in numbers as advisors, so the opportunity is even more there. But I think now, post-COVID, it's a lot, not harder, but it's more difficult. It's not straightforward, just for the fact that people are really crunching numbers now. But definitely when you're looking at the redundancy rates and things like that, I think we're going to see a hell of a lot more, as Roy said, the rise of the entrepreneurs coming through especially.
So a lot more people going self-employed or setting up their own business as a result of the issues that we're seeing economically. What are some of the key products you're seeing that you've seen interest in, and would you be able to sort of recommend sort of those key products for you to our viewers watching?
Yeah, definitely. So I think the biggest one, and I'm sure a lot of people will agree, is income protection. Group income protection, it is just so valued now. And I'm really pleased actually, because I think it's one of the ones that's been under discussed anyway in the industry for the last few years anyway, whilst I've been around. So yeah, I'm pleased to see people becoming more aware of it.
And what about you, Roy? What about on the individual protection side? What sort of policies would you suggest?
I guess, there are a few obvious ones. Relevant Life is a fantastic plan, and yes, it's done very well over the last few years, but I still sense that it's underutilised. I think that Key Person and Succession Plan and the other two areas that people should be looking at. You know, what everyone's been doing over these last 8 months is examining their own morbidity and mortality. And we talk about that on an individual basis, but that's just as relevant to businesses as it is individuals. And, it does feel to me that there's a bit of a seize the day moment here, because I think, the most advisors on this call will say one of the big issues you have is, that client attitude of it will never happen to me. And that could be individual or businesses. Let's face it, let's ask this question now. Can anybody really say that now with what's happened? I suspect most of us, unfortunately, have been touched by, the awful events that have been occurring. And it won't happen to me really isn't a valid excuse anymore. So hence my, seize the day moment. But I think in many ways it doesn't matter. And it was great to hear yesterday, the words income protection time and time again be mentioned, Adam. And I think we've got to a situation where the protection industry now, I think, sees income protection sitting alongside life and kick, okay, in equal measures. Okay, we're still not selling it equally, but the respect is in equal measures. And Ria's absolutely spot on. I mean, if you think about the propensity for things to go wrong, they're just as relevant to a business as they are to an individual. So we need to be talking about income protection.
So you also offer group risk as well as business protection, don't you, Roy? So when you can come at this holistically, I mean, there must be a real benefit there to be able to say to a potential client, well, we've got these individual products which could work for you personally, Key Person, succession planning, all that sort of thing. But also, we can also arrange something for your employees if you need them. And we are seeing more tailored solutions for smaller businesses, because in the past, group risk is very much targeted quite large corporates. But I mean, are you seeing more interest within the SME market in that sense?
Without a shadow of a doubt, you're absolutely spot on. There was always a perception that I guess this was something for, the bigger companies, the 200, 300, 400, 500 people companies. But actually, it's probably more relevant to smaller companies in certain ways. And I think we need to adjust our sights here and concentrate on what the proliferation of the smaller companies that are out there. The other thing is that all advisors on this call will tell you that the problem with dealing with SMEs is talking to the decision makers. Okay, and we have got a unique situation here where decision makers will talk back to us. So what I encourage people to do is again, let's get away from these silos. If you're talking to people about Key Person, talk to them about the group life. If you're talking to people about succession planning, talk to them about group income protection. And I guess underlying all of this is the quite welcome situation that, mental health and all the subjects around that are no longer taboo subjects. And, the solution, guys, is there, and it's called income protection, whether it's individual or group. So I think there's an element here of going back to a certain drawing board and reevaluating your client banks. And the other thing that Ria and I have both discussed is that many of us will have individual clients who actually either run their own companies or are influential within companies. And it's worth going back to those, those famous client boxes that we used to talk about and just saying, actually, have we got people who are involved in companies as well? Because that's the client I want to talk to. And at Cavendish Ware, we have numerous examples of people where, they might have started off being an individual client and have ended up being a corporate client and vice versa.
Indeed. Ria, are you seeing that there's an opportunity for convergence? I mean, are you able to offer individual products to businesses as well as group risk products? And how are those conversations sort of rolling out for you?
I mean, it's not difficult at all. I think the hardest part any advisor will kind of agree with is just getting into that conversation. But I think the really important thing to note at the moment is everyone is kind of in survival mode as it is. So it's not hard to get into this conversation. We're almost always opening up conversations with how you're coping with throughout COVID and all of that stuff. So it's not difficult to then get into that conversation about your health, about any insurances you might have, and just protecting yourself. It should be at the forefront of everyone's mind at the moment.
Indeed. And what about the extra services available within these protection policies? Are you able to sort of bring them into the conversation too, especially when it comes to within kind of, I don't know, the group risk side? You know, there are kind of EAPs and things like that and other rehabilitative services within group income protection that no doubt could help employees stay healthy, stay in work.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, well, we know there's a lot of providers out there that are offering incentives and discounts and so on. And I think that's really, really huge for an employer. Obviously, if you're providing your employees with such benefits, obviously like death in service, income protection, whatever it is, that is obviously the core benefit. But if you can incentivise your employees to remain fit and healthy, get themselves out there mentally as well is so important now, so important. Therefore, you're going to have happier employees. There's going to be less people taking time off sick, people that just kind of want to be working for you. And I think that's the biggest thing for me anyway. Absolutely.
And you mentioned costs might be an issue for some business leaders, whether they're the decision makers or HR people. So there are options out there that are affordable for smaller businesses.
Oh, always. Yeah. I mean, that's our job as advisors, to look at the different options for you and obviously tailor the policies to your business or to you individually, whatever it may be. But I'm well aware at the moment everyone is obviously watching money. Everyone is just naturally, that's just how it's going to go from now. So it's becoming a bit more detailed in terms of what we're looking at, endless options, but there's always options. That's the main thing to note. So
yes, no doubt creating more work for yourself. And Roy, moving over to you, when it comes to business protection on the individual side, how has COVID impacted those conversations? Are you seeing increased interest? Are you seeing less interest? And if you are seeing barriers, how are you overcoming them?
Okay, so the great answer here is an increased interest, and it goes back to that point earlier about morbidity and mortality. I think with small businesses, my most used expression this year is people coming to me and saying, that thing that you've been going on about for years, can we go back and have a look at it now? And sometimes as advisors, we know that sometimes it's, we sow seeds in people's head, don't we? So we might talk to them about, one person not being around anymore, what that might do in terms of key person, or if a major shareholder dies. And with that, it won't happen to me attitude, it does get sort of put in the long grass. So I think what's happened in the last 8 months in particular is people have been going back to those conversations because, particularly with small businesses, and let's just focus on key person to start off with, they're suddenly looking around a small business and looking at and identifying 1 or 2 or 3 individuals and saying to themselves, we would be in serious trouble if that person wasn't around here anymore. And that could either be that they're around because unfortunately they're not around full stop, or that they're simply off for a period of time. So I think there's been an adjustment in value of people, and I'd like to think that as we become more insular in a positive way, we are starting to value our staff, and in particular valuing people within an organisation who, without, we would have a situation where we'd have to, have cash flow issues or whatever the problems would be. Now, there is a natural silo there towards key person. And the other interesting angle here, and again, I'd implore those of you that don't do this, is go and talk to, prospective solicitors and accountants about this as well, because I can assure you it's a question that they're also getting asked. And one of your stats that you showed yesterday, Adam, was about people going for advice to the wrong people. So they'll often go to their lawyers and accountants first because that's the natural, that's the natural order in which they go to. There's a huge opportunity here for us advisors to go and talk to prospective introducers and talk to them about these subjects. Because what I can promise you is that you're going to get an open door, okay? They're no longer going to turn around and say, our clients aren't interested in this, because I suspect there's a very good chance that their clients have been talking to them about it, and actually they haven't known where to go. So I would implore people, both with existing introducers and go out and find some. There are, I think the figures are, there are something like 400,000 accountants in the UK. There are 200,000 lawyers in the UK. There's only 20,000 of us. Okay, so there's enough to go around, and I think there's another opportunity there. The other thing I would say is just to re-emphasise the point of the market that we're looking at. If I were to tell you, Adam, that the average employer in the London Borough of Tower Hamlets had 4 people, you might be surprised. If I then pointed out that in the London Borough of Tower Hamlets, there is a place called Canary Wharf, you might be surprised even further. And I think we need to adjust our sights here and realise that this marketplace, ladies and gentlemen, is huge. And actually, they're there and they're waiting to be spoken to by someone like yourselves.
Indeed, and there's a great stat there. And as you already alluded, Roy, let's not forget the mental health impact of COVID. I think there was a stat recently in a survey that showed that 75% of business leaders are suffering from stress or anxiety as a result of the economic situation they're facing. So they're the sort of people that could really benefit from a business protection policy, especially in IP or an executive IP.
This is the game changer, Adam. What I found over the last 8 months is that lots of people had EAPs, lots of people had counselling services, okay, but often it was a poster up in the canteen at their workplace, okay, and suddenly we're engaging with all these clients and reminding them of the fantastic services that they've got. Second opinion services, virtual GPs, and customers saying, "Oh my God, yes, we've got all of that." And I think because mental health is not a taboo subject, and in fact the opposite's happening, people are actually embracing it. What you're finding is that there is a huge sea change in acceptance of how important our role is in talking to them about the benefits and the extra things that they've got there. And mental health is probably the number one subject that not only clients are talking about, but society's talking about. And therefore, if you come along with part of the solution, we're not the full solution, but a major part of the solution, again, you've got open doors, you've got people who are willing to listen and engage.
It's really interesting, isn't it? There's an opportunity there because there's more awareness around employee health and the need to look after employees. So there's an obvious opportunity there to say to the business manager or of the SME that, have you thought about yourself as well? So Ria, do you have any thoughts on that? We've got a really good question actually from Claire Harrop. What advice can you give to actually get businesses as clients? If you haven't got an existing client base, we don't want to cold call. What's the best approach?
You just got to start talking about it. You really do. Just utilise your network. And if you can get in touch with, as Roy said, accountants, solicitors. At the end of the day, what you're trying to do when you're looking at business protection is help these businesses survive. And at a time where, obviously, that's such a concern at the moment, nobody's going to turn you away to even have that discussion. And once you get people talking about these things, it's really not difficult at all.
I think the other thing I would say there, Adam, is that think outside the box a little bit. Think about the other people that engage with businesses. So general insurance brokers. Most businesses will have to use a general insurance broker because they'll need indemnity insurance of directors and officers and stuff like that. Why don't you go and find some general insurance brokers? HR advisors. Lots of businesses are too small to have their own HR department. So there are lots and lots of people out there that give holistic HR advice to customers. Go and talk to them. Banks, okay? Now, years ago, banks trod on our toes, and as most of us know, and all due respect to any bankers listening in, but messed up financial services, particularly in this area. So, why not go and talk to maybe some of the banks, particularly some of the private banks, some of the challenger banks, okay? I think you'll find a receptive audience there. So this stuff isn't going to come and knock on your door, and we need to be a bit clever about it. We need to market it, etc. But to go back to Claire's question, I think that partly, and I've alluded to this earlier, sometimes we've actually got those clients, but we don't realise it. And I would just encourage everyone to look at their client banks, okay, and see what jobs people do and where they work, okay. I've got plenty of examples where I've got, very nice clients out of people that I've spoken to about their employee benefits who have basically said, like, I don't really know what I get through work. And I said, well, is there any chance I can talk to your workplace and help clarify that? The best known example is how much sick pay people get from work. Okay, right? The average person hasn't got a clue, and I have to say a lot of HR departments don't really know. So there are so many routes that you can go into. And the other thing here is get the help from the insurers, okay? Your Legal and Generals, your Aegons, your Scottish Widows, they're all out there, there are Avivas, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There are plenty of really good courses that they provide in terms of training and just helping you think about ideas to go and see people. There are chambers of commerce. I know people that go to breakfast clubs. I suspect breakfast clubs at the moment are stopped, but there are all sorts of different ideas out there. You're going to have to think outside the box a bit, but let's go back to that basic fact. There are 2.5 million employers in the UK, right, who are not being serviced by us. So we just got to go and find them, guys.
I think the stat is that aren't there 97% of businesses in the UK SMEs? I mean, that's astounding, isn't it?
Yeah,
Sorry, Ria, I cut over you there.
97% with less than 10 people.
And Lee Thomas as well actually pointed out, get involved in local business networks, and also get talking on LinkedIn and talk to potential introducers. And like you've already said, accountants, solicitors. And if not, get some signposting in place. We heard Alan Knowles yesterday talk about business protection signposting. Both Ria and Roy would be very good people to turn to kind of signpost to. If you don't want to write the business yourself, refer on to someone that you trust.
I'm glad you mentioned signposting, because again, it was throughout your day yesterday. This is the classic area where signposting can be important. Now, again, my default position would be don't signpost, do it yourself, okay, or go learn how to do it yourself. But if you truly are sitting there thinking, well, this is an area that we don't really want to get onto, there are plenty of advisors out there that would help. And I think this is the classic area of signposting. But signposting isn't just to an advisor. Signposting in my head is to a lawyer, to an accountant, to all the people we've spoken about. And Lee's absolutely correct, and I believe he gets some really good business from. There are lots of local chambers of commerce and all sorts of different business industries, and sometimes you're going to have to do some research. Sometimes you're going to have to go and find out about these areas in these groups. But as Ria also alluded to, don't underestimate how many of these people hang around together. Okay, we used to say it was on the golf course. I suspect it's not as much as it was. But if I look at the AI clients that we've got, they all hang around together. So I think once you break into these groups, okay, you'll actually find that word will spread faster than you might think.
It's very interesting as well.
That's exactly it. I mean, at the moment, it's hard, obviously, to go out and see people, but everybody's up for a chat at the moment. Honestly, make calls. It's not, as soon as if you've got a client in front of you, obviously not in front of you on the phone, they've got hundreds of connections. Just start the conversation, and I guarantee you they'll know someone that would probably be up for a conversation about protecting their business. Why would you not? Obviously, networking events are great, and at the moment you can do them all virtually, but LinkedIn is brilliant. So
Absolutely.
many business owners on there.
LinkedIn is such a clever and completely free way, everyone will be happy to know, of getting business in. And, if you're not using LinkedIn properly, go and get some help. There are plenty of people out there that will help you with your LinkedIn profile. And the great thing about LinkedIn is the most natural marketing, medium that you could ever imagine, because people start looking at you and how you found and who you know and so on and so forth. I'm not going to preach you on LinkedIn, but it's worth exploring.
It really is an art, and like you say, there are people that can help you with it, even protection specialists who can help you with your LinkedIn marketing and how you use social media. And I think well-being is a really important point to make towards the end of this discussion. I mean, we're talking about the financial resilience of businesses on the individual side, but there's also the well-being piece that can kind of cross over into the group risk side. And Simon Miller's made a really interesting point in the chat. Despite all this, EAP engagement is still relatively low, albeit higher than it was. Need to look beyond our reliance on this as a tick box. So we shouldn't just be focused on EAP. And I think you've made some great points there, Roy, as well. When you're targeting new types of businesses, whether they're emerging startups, these businesses, they're startup businesses, maybe not in the present environment as they were, but in the tech side, you probably will find they grow very, very quickly. They go from having 1 or 2, 3 people, so So there's your key man opportunity. So all of a sudden having 20, 30 people, and there's your group risk opportunity. So there's a growth opportunity here, and if you've got a loyal customer, they'll come back to you. So it's worth knowing both of your products and types of products within those umbrellas. And we will be having a workplace wellbeing panel later on, focusing on the impact of COVID on mental health, wellbeing, and how employees are being looked at after. So do check in for that one. But I'm happy to pass back over to the panel, Ria or Roy, if they've got anything to add to some of the points I've just made.
I think I just agree with what Simon's just said. I think one of the issues here is that lots of people have got EAP, but it's just not promoted. Now, part of the problem is us, is the advisors. We need to go out and promote it more. But I guess a plea here would be to, the guys out there, the insurers that have EAP schemes, is please publicise it and keep publicising it, because the amount of HR people that have got it and don't realise how powerful it is, and you only have to see a real life case study of when it works to realise how important it is. So, guys, please keep keeping that message, social media, the press at the moment would love to hear some stories of EAP, counselling, wellbeing successes, because, you've got a press who want to tell these good stories. Jeff Prestridge says this all the time. We're not just trying to dig up mud. We want to tell positive stories. And I think, my plea to insurers and advisors alike are, when you have good examples, try and encourage the customer, if they can, to come and tell that story, in public, because there's nothing like an anecdote in order to, to tell other people.
Can I quickly ask you, Roy, do you think there's enough well-being added value services available through business protection on the individual side? So there's an opportunity to engage a business leader, a CEO, or someone, a key person, with a conversation about well-being, or do you think that's kind of lacking in the market at the moment?
Okay, so the marketing directors listening to this at the moment might put their hands on their head when I say this, but it's good, guys, but it's not as good as it could be. And I'm just trying to be honest with you there. I think, maybe all of us could try and up this a little bit, because I think there is an opportunity here. And maybe engage with some of the advisors and come and talk to us about, how we think that could be done slightly better. We're very good inwardly in this industry of patting ourselves on the back and going, we've solved this is great, et cetera, et cetera. But, it's about getting it in front of the consumer, isn't it? It's about engagement. And I think if we can try and use, slightly improved communication ways and manners across the industry, so I'm not picking on anyone, this is a collaborative, situation, then I think we'll be in a much better place. And also our reputation, financial services will be in a much better place. It's other parts of the insurance industry that are getting knocked a bit for not stepping up to the mark during this crisis. This is a wonderful opportunity of how we can show the great things that I know are out there. I guess my answer to your question, Adam, is I think we could probably do it slightly better. Could do better,
especially in light of the challenges around well-being as a result of COVID and the idea of prevention as well. Ria, do you have anything to add to that, and how we can maybe approach clients with a repertoire or a kind of a combination of different types of products up our sleeve, so as advisors, so that we can get the most out of those conversations?
I think definitely that the well-being side of it, the mental health is huge at the moment. If I'm honest with you, it's quite sad, but it's quite shocking to hear how many people are having that battle between the mental and the physical health of this situation. I've definitely explored a lot of these added value benefits within policies with clients recently, and yeah, it's just so important. I think now the life has changed.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you've got to utilise anything that you possibly can. And within these products, there's so much that you can use. It's not just about the core benefit.
So get to know your products and know what they offer. I mean, I remember you mentioned to me, you've got lots of your own sort of research on what each of the added value services are for individual products. I think is a really great way of doing it. Paul Roberts has asked, and I wonder if Roy would have a view on this, and also Ria. This is Paul Roberts. He says, does the panel feel there are enough independent research reports, tools and calculators available for advisors at the moment in the SME market? I mean, there's a couple out there, aren't there, Roy, that we're both familiar with when it comes to the L&G SME research, which is very useful for business protection. But could there be more support for advisors?
Yeah, there needs to be more, and I'm not decrying the stuff that's out there, the L&G stuff, the Aegon stuff, ARG have got some great stuff. There's some really good information out there, guys. But I think we need more, and part of this is educational. What you've got to remember is that, let's say there's 20,000 IFAs out there, and I suspect that there's just a few thousand in this area. There's no reason why we can't bring another 5,000-10,000 in, but there's an education point that needs to be addressed. And education comes through different mediums, but one of the most obvious things are some of the courses that people can go on, and there are some excellent courses that I've been on. But I would say, to Paul's question, probably not quite enough. Okay, please have more. Now the demand's still got to be there, but I suspect the demand will be there, and I think that we just need to up the marketability of this as well.
We know that the business is there. You can see it in the stats for SMEs in the UK. It's definitely there. I think it's just it's a fear factor. It's about talking to these CEOs and these directors of companies for some reason. I get it. People are a bit fearful of it, but it's no different to talking to a bog standard client who is a director of a limited company, but about their personal protection. Yeah. It's no different.
Do you know what? Do you know Ria's actually spot on? When we were in the Seven Families training, we spoke to thousands of IFAs. The one thing that people said to us is they said, when you finally get into the SME market, the fear factor goes pretty much overnight. But Ria's right, it's a psychological thing of, are we talking to people that run businesses? Are they going to be slightly different to talk to? One, actually, they're just the same as any of us, okay? Right? They've got 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes, and they're actually very normal
and they
people.
They make up 97% of businesses, Roy.
And
they're the vast majority.
But the other thing is that you've now got a seize the day moment, because I think whereas those doors were slightly ajar before, they're now open. Okay, so
I think also you've got to remember these business owners they're seeking advice from lawyers, from accountants constantly. Yeah. They're not strangers to it. It's just a different type of advice. And remember, you're helping these people. It's nothing to be scared about.
Absolutely.
And also some of the Adam, some of the courses that I know you've been on, I've been on, they will help you. There's some great sales tips about dealing with people that run businesses. So please don't make that an inhibiting factor, because there are very easy ways to get around it. And just to re-emphasise, once you get into that market, okay, they're just the same as everybody else.
So in a challenge to our providers then as well. Keep providing us the tools, and the advisors will follow. Thank you so much to Roy and Ria for joining us. A really interesting discussion to cap off a really great first section of the conference today. It's now time for our first morning break. So please do network amongst yourselves. There's a £100 John Lewis voucher available to our top 3 best networkers today, just in time for Christmas. So don't forget to visit our sponsors, where you can ask questions at the exhibition hall, and also chat amongst yourselves using the networking area and the chat facilities. So see you again in 20 minutes. I hope you've enjoyed the sessions so far. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you've had an opportunity to do some online networking during the break and made yourself a cup of tea or coffee. Next, we have another panel debate lined up, this time focusing on workplace wellbeing in light of COVID-19. With the onset of the pandemic, we have no doubt seen a massive strain on the mental health of employees. We're now into a second lockdown, with the majority of the UK workforce working from home. And this, of course, has meant that the employee wellbeing schemes put in place by businesses have had to adapt. So today we're going to be exploring how we can basically kind of navigate the next sort of 6 months or so until, as we've heard already today, we will be looking at hopefully a vaccine coming to help the situation. So I am joined by Debbie Kleiner, who is the head of workplace happiness at PES. Leanne Hiller is Chief People Officer for Principles for Responsible Investment, and Sammy Rubin, who is the founder and CEO of ULife. So, welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us. So, to kick things off, as I've just mentioned, we're into another lockdown. So, no doubt this is going to be having a huge impact on many employees and their well-being. So, starting from a HR perspective, Leanne, could you let us know how you're having to adapt from a HR perspective, given the new challenges that we're facing?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So I think, I actually think that we're going into a darker lockdown than we had the first time round, and for several reasons. I think, in the UK, we're facing autumn, winter, makes things harder on our mental health. And I think for HR professionals and for organisations, we've got to be supporting our workforces the best that we can in these times. I think we're more prepared than we were last time. We know what we're doing in a way that we didn't last time. We've hopefully got lots of tools and strategies that we can draw upon that we didn't necessarily have in place the previous time. But we do really need to engage with our workforce, make sure that we're constantly communicating with them and providing them with a range of activities, a range of interventions, a range of support practices that will enable them to get through this second lockdown and hopefully through winter to when we have a vaccine.
And Debbie, what have you seen as a workplace wellbeing consultant?
Well, in terms of, the difficulty really is, what do employers focus on? So I just wanted to sort of start by explaining that, you just can't use a one-size-fits-all approach. And that's what some employers have sort of attempted. They've just tried to sort of target everybody with the same intervention. But obviously, when the pandemic started, it was a massive call to arms for academics working in the mental health space to sort of track the impact on mental health. And a lot of studies have actually shown that there is not a one rule for all conclusion. And actually, for some groups, the pandemic has affected them adversely, but things like isolation, a challenge with work-life balance, but actually the removal of things like the requirement to go into a stressful office or that long commute. And that's actually had quite a beneficial effect on some people. But the thing that's really come to light is that things have actually got much worse for those that already had pre-existing mental health problems. So employers have had to work out, well, what has made things difficult for people? Is it factors like virtual communication making people worse, like Zoom? Is it not seeing their work colleagues? But the worst possible thing is following the news on COVID. And I think that employers have a real job to sort of work out, what am I going to do to support my employees? And for HR people, they're needing training and support in how to tackle workplace wellbeing, because they don't always necessarily know how to implement a workplace wellbeing strategy. And we've just launched a new CPD approved course for HR leaders to help them with this, because it's now a massive part of their job and they don't actually always have time for it or understand how to do it. So, yeah.
Indeed. And with the onset of the remote working revolution, all of a sudden, many employers had to face a situation that they'd never faced before, their entire workforce working from home. And from an employee benefits perspective, that no doubt created challenges around engagement. So, Sammy, do you have any thoughts on how, in the new environment, or the one we're faced with right now, how we can ensure that engagement can be, achieved where employees are, as Debbie's just said, maybe zoomed out, maybe not talking to their colleagues in the same way, and not opening up about some of their issues. But I mean, you work at ULife at trying to increase engagement to make sure that people are improving their mental health and well-being through these benefit schemes.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, Adam, it's wonderful to be here and to be on this panel. It's good to see everyone. I think at this point in time during the lockdown, I think this is the point that it's a real opportunity for technology here. And I think technologies are often criticized for the negative effects, but I think in fact, here at ULife, we're trying to create technology as a force for good. And I believe it's at these times that technology can really be used to help to engage, for employers to engage with employees, for employees to do very simple activities. For example, at ULife, we've created a currency of well-being called UCoin, where people earn UCoin by just doing simple everyday activities like walking or mindfulness meditation. And we've seen a huge engagement since lockdown, people doing very simple activities. So now technology, you can use technology, and there's so many apps out there that can record your steps or can help you with mindfulness, like the Calm app or Headspace. What we've done at ULife is to create a platform where any of these apps that you can use, you can receive rewards for doing them. You're incentivized for engaging in these healthy activities. And obviously we're collecting a lot of data as such, so we can get a good insight into how people are responding during this lockdown. But the real point here is that people need a reason to engage. Engagement is the key, and I believe people need incentives. And therefore, if at the end of the week they're earning an Amazon voucher for going out and doing some everyday walks, or they're earning an ASOS voucher for doing mindfulness meditation, these are some of the fun ways which I think one can bring some light into quite, as Leanne was saying, it's quite a dark time now. One creates some light and opportunity and engagement and incentivize people to do very simple, everyday, healthy activities that we know will just be a win-win.
Yeah, and what I like about ULife is the way it's an insurance offering that's going to where people are, as opposed to expecting them to come to us, as we all know as an industry is often a challenge. So, Leanne, from a HR perspective, building on what Sammy's just said, what about the communication aspects, the challenges around communication? How have you sort of tackled them? And what are some of the things that our viewers should kind of maybe take from how to adapt in the environment, given the fact that communication has changed so dramatically?
Yeah, I think communication is critical, and it's at the heart of everything that we as HR professionals need to be doing. But I think listening to what Debbie said earlier, there is no one size fits all, and so it's really important as an employer that you are that you are providing a range of communication, a range of activities that will work for all the different people that are within your workforce. So ensuring that you have got a really strong employee assistance program in place, and that you are advertising it, that you are making it accessible for people, making sure that you've got a range of well-being benefits there so that people can choose them. Some of this can be free, just giving tips and hints. Like we did a 8-minute video on the benefits of taking a lunchtime walk, and it still sticks with me now going into the second lockdown of how important that can be. But also, one of the things that I think is hardest when you're not co-located with people is the sense of community. We come to work to be part of a community, and so again, finding, whether it's social activities or whether it's the formality with which you might be doing team meetings or cross-organisational communication, but ensuring that every opportunity you are focusing on well-being and how you are supporting people, and that coming from right at the very top of the leadership, because we set the standard for the rest of the organisation.
Indeed, giving people options to engage. How do we keep engagement up, Debbie? So, for example, in the first lockdown, because it was such a huge shock, there was a natural reaction. We're going into a second lockdown, or we're in a second lockdown, I should say. Is there a danger that maybe this engagement drops off? How do we kind of overcome that?
Yeah, well, let's face it, it's never been easy to ensure engagement with any employee benefits, let alone well-being ones, if there's not a well thought through approach. So I think what's happening is the first time round, people were like, workshop on this, workshop on that, fruit, whatever it was. But now people are thinking, okay, we need a well thought through, tailored approach, tailored to our demographic and the interests of our employee population. And actually, we at PES saw engagement as such a big issue. And we also saw that lots of businesses just didn't know how to get this right. So as soon as lockdowns kicked in, my team started working on a way to help people with this challenge. So we actually designed a free tool called Babble.work. There's paid levels, of course, but a key part of that is to help HR people to engage with this message, because let me tell you why. We know what an EAP and PMI and IP and DIS and group risk and cash plans are. That's all familiar territory to us insurance brokers out there. But actually, the difficulty is, how do you engage people with that? How do you put yourselves in employees' shoes, explain what benefits are on the table without them glazing over? Because even the savvy employers miss so many tricks when it comes to extracting all those incredible well-being benefits that are actually perceived as being fringe, or that's free as part of the core plan. But actually, at the moment, it's those free elements that are even more appealing. So it's vital to get it right, because the Centre for Mental Health has just completed research that shows us 10 million people in England are going to need support for anxiety, depression, PTSD. It was bad enough before the pandemic. Now it's worse. And if there's a disconnect between people needing help and the help being available, that's going to really make the problem worse. So integration is key. Integration of well-being approaches, making sure that people understand if they have mental health first aid training, which we often deliver. The amount of times we see people on the course, they don't even know they've got an EAP with 8 face-to-face counselling sessions. So that disconnect needs to be connected.
Yeah, get the language right around it. Group life insurance policy might not mean much to an employee or an employer at first. There's this interesting point you made there, Debbie, about trying to actually kind of engage with the need as opposed to the product. And on data, you mentioned data earlier, Sammy. There's a real opportunity, isn't there, to track the well-being of employees, and then use that to, obviously anonymously, but use that to actually help keep the health of the business high, and also learn where there may be some sort of red flags and make adjustments accordingly. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I think data is an essential area now where employers can really understand the ways that their community of employees are engaging with their well-being. And this has been no time like the present in terms of the technology now that's available to measure these data. And I'll give you some examples of the type of data trends that we can see. For example, we saw before lockdown, the way people were earning their Ucoin was going on brisk walks to and from their office. So there was a real spike of activity early morning between 8 and 9 o'clock as people walking to work, between 5 and 6 on the way back. And we've seen since lockdown a change from brisk walking challenges to much longer walking challenges. So people are doing longer walks. They're not doing those brisk walks anymore. And when you actually show some of the maps towards employers that want to, let's say, encourage their employees to take a lunch break, a walking lunch break, like Leanne was saying, simple things like that. There's technology now in place where then you can surge the rewards. It's called surge technology, where you can, let's say, triple the Ucoin that people can earn from doing their daily walk. You can just do that between 12 and 2 o'clock, for example. So one can use data to actually help and encourage certain activities. The same would be true, let's say, for mindfulness. We're at ULife, we're strong proponents. We really believe that mindfulness and mindfulness meditation is a real essential component of well-being. So we're seeing pre-lockdown people doing mindfulness at the beginning of the day or maybe at the end of the day, but somehow during the day. In lockdown, we're seeing that people are engaging with their mindfulness apps much more at night. And that's probably because they're struggling to sleep. And therefore, they're using things like the Calm Sleep Stories on their app to engage with their mindfulness and to help them get to sleep. When one company saw that there were so many people doing mindfulness in the evening, they brought in a sleep coach to actually bring in some basic strategies to help to sleep. So I think that this is an opportunity now where employers can really use data to help employees live their best selves.
So there's an opportunity to even intervene and make changes that would actually benefit the health of employees. Leanne, from a HR perspective, what other ways can you kind of connect with employees other than just collecting data?
Yeah, so I think one of the easiest things that employers can do is to run surveys. We run surveys all of the time with our workforces. You'll do an engagement survey, you'll do pulse surveys. So many of the survey companies out there are doing really easy, free well-being check-ins. How are people coping with lockdown? But ask your staff those questions. If you don't ask the questions, you are not going to get the answers. You're not going to get the feedback. And also, again, just focusing on the one size fits all, finding a variety of means in which people can do that. So we introduced an anonymous feedback tool where people can go on and they can share their insights with us. And we found through that a point where people were feeling really overworked and really overwhelmed. And we shut the office for 2 days. Virtually, but we shut the office and we said, you need those 2 days off. We don't want any work going on, no communication, no emails, nothing, just stop. And we made a point of it and we made a feature of it. But if we hadn't have had that feedback coming back to us, we wouldn't have known, because you're so much more isolated when you're virtual.
And what are we might think that they're obvious, the benefits of these, Debbie, but what are the obvious benefits for employers? So to actually really kind of increase this engagement, keep tracking the health and well-being of employees, find ways to kind of provide solutions to that. What would you say are the kind of the benefits that you talk to clients about that might give some ideas to our viewers?
Yeah, so I mean, I totally back up what Leanne said. What we need is baseline data, because baseline data helps an employer decide what their wellbeing strategy should look like. Tailored approach, small or big business, that's what we need. And that kind of measurement, that baseline data is going to help employers identify where there are any issues they need to address. What those issues are, who's affected, are there any hotspots, even if there are any good areas of practice. And don't forget, HR always have to demonstrate, the possible impacts of those, like human cost, in terms of, financial terms and human terms. So that really helps HR people put together the business case to challenge and inform the board.
Yeah, the old question of ROI is a big one, isn't it?
It's really difficult, and you need to bring in a lot of data for this. You need to bring in the data that Sammy was talking about, but you also need to use the right survey questions. And I just see a lot of people using the wrong questions. So you might want to benchmark against national averages, like data from the Office for National Statistics that measures health and well-being on an annual basis. So you can say, well, our organisation compared to the national average in terms of happiness is. And you'll measure things like life satisfaction. So you can also then take those surveys and feed into that things like usage of employee benefits, things like absence rates, information about staff turnover. And then HR people can sort of decide what data they can gather and what they can track each year to show improvement. So the key here is buy-in from the board, investment from the board. Well-being doesn't have to be expensive, but I just feel like proving it works is really important in as many ways as you can.
And would you say that COVID has helped confirm, in the eyes of employers, that well-being schemes aren't nice to haves, but actually need to haves?
Yeah, we've seen that a lot. I mean, the uptake in mental health first aid training is just incredible. Of course, that's not the answer alone, and it's a part of a bigger strategy. But yeah, at last people are seeing that, the CEO, the board, they need to walk the talk as well, because people are just not going to listen otherwise. But we still need that data to back it up. But we've certainly seen well-being coming up to the top of the agenda. But it shouldn't be something that we're firefighting. What I think we need to do now is plan our strategy for 2021, plan our strategy for 22, 5-year plans.
And beyond COVID.
Yeah.
Sammy, moving over to you quickly. We had a really great session before this about unlocking the opportunity within the SME market when it comes to either group risk, but also business protection on the individual side. Would you say that there are products out there that are available to SMEs to help their well-being for employees? Because in the past, it could be argued that most employee benefit schemes have been targeted at large corporates.
Absolutely. I mean, more than half of our company schemes are coming from small to medium-sized businesses, and 80% of those have never had any insurance plans in place for their staff. So we lead very much on a well-being message, and a lot of the well-being tools have only been available for large enterprises or medium-sized companies. But we believe that real SMEs now, that because through the use of technology, we can now actually bring these types of sophisticated well-being tools to smaller companies as well. So I get personally very excited when we have a new company of 50 people that have never had insurance before, but they love what we're doing, and that we bring it all together with a GP available on hand, that they can book a GP consultation through their phone. They've got access to a counsellor also through their app. And then they can earn rewards for doing walking and mindfulness all through their phone. The technology is out there now, and therefore this is an opportunity now for any size of company to really bring a well-being strategy to their company.
Thanks, Sammy. Leanne, what are you finding when it comes to the usage of things like EAP and other sort of support mechanisms in place for employees? How has COVID actually impacted on that, in the sense that is it changing the behaviour of employees and how they're using them?
Yeah, definitely. We've seen an increase in the usage of our employee assistance programs, the engagement with our kind of private medical insurance, accessing some of the benefits that Sammy was just outlining in terms of counselling. And I think people are talking about it more eloquently. So, when you have leadership standing up there and saying, basically, I'm giving you permission to talk about the fact that you have some pressures, or you are experiencing some mental health problems, or you're struggling at this moment in time. And look, here we've got all this stuff. I personally would argue that a lot of that is because we as employers are talking about it more and we're communicating about it more. I think a lot of these well-being benefits were things that were hidden away on an intranet somewhere, and people only ever engaged with them when they were probably at their most critical. And actually, we're now getting people to engage with them much earlier, which should see far better benefits coming out of it.
Before COVID, it was a bit of a challenge convincing people that we all have mental health. In the past, there was a kind of maybe even a stigmatised or a view of mental health as if it was only mental illness. Do you think the onset of COVID, Leanne, has helped kind of break that stigma and helped actually make people realise that we're all susceptible to life's challenges, and that can create a mental health impact?
Yeah, it absolutely has. And I think part of it is because, as I say, we're talking about it all the time in a way that we never did before. But I think the other part of it is that people that have never themselves experienced any mental health problems have now faced it. They now understand what it feels like to be anxious, what it feels like to be isolated. And so I think there are people that now have much more of an appreciation of it, but we've also created space for people to just say, hand up, I'm struggling. And that's probably one of the best things from my side on the mental health that we've done through COVID, definitely.
And I loved your point about the fact it has to come from the top. Board members speaking out and saying it's okay to not be okay. I mean, I don't know if you've got anything to add to that, Debbie.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of campaigns out there, and I think actually it can be a bit of a confusing world for people that are just new to this. Because there's the This Is Me campaign, and there's people like Business in the Community and the City Mental Health Alliance, and there's all these different frameworks, and people are like, what framework do I follow? How do I start? Where do I start? But definitely workplace wellbeing, as Sir Cary Cooper, CIPD, famous Sir Cary Cooper says, it's not about sushi at your desk or fruit on Fridays. It's about so much more than that. And I think that's definitely been the confusion in the past. It's sort of, where do I start? But we've definitely seen much more understanding around the use of that mental health. Before, people might have thought, well, that term is nothing to do with me. But actually now we can all own that term. We kind of understand it a lot more.
Yes, indeed. It's been really encouraging, actually, to see over the past, in recent years at least, see the employment space or employers really start to lead the way on mental health. And you've mentioned some of the great networks out there, but it can be quite bamboozling, right? There's lots of different messages, but I think that's a sign of progress, isn't it? It's a sign that people are talking about this. It's a sign that change is happening. And I guess someone like yourself, Debbie, can sort of step in for a business and help them kind of, put in place those kind of structures and, like you say, a long-term strategy, as opposed to just kind of, wildly shooting in the dark at kind of pulling random things out of the hat. I've got a great question from Sharon Mason, going back to the comments that were made earlier about jargon, about how jargon can often disengage employees. She wonders if the panel have any examples of companies does the panel have any examples of companies they can talk about that overcome this? Don't know if Leanne or Debbie have got any examples.
Well, Sammy looked like he did then.
Jump in, Sammy, feel free.
Go for it, really. No, I just believe making things really simple and engaging is really so important. We've just signed up a great company called Curve. They've got about 200 employees. They've never had life insurance before for their staff, and they're a digital credit card. They're a tech company, and they thought life insurance for their staff. They'd never really thought about it, but then when they were engaging with the benefits, and it's all about communicating benefits in a different way, and it's about protection, and it's taking away some of the jargon and talking about protection and well-being benefits and lifestyle support and support helplines. It's kind of framing, taking a language and translating it into a world that people can really understand. And we've called a university, I like it, a bit of a take on YouLife. We've created a university where we've taken some of this jargon and we've just made it into very simple English. And we feel that that's a really important opportunity now, as more and more companies are entering this market, they're interested in well-being, is to strip down some of those barriers and take away some of this jargon and to actually make it accessible for as many people as possible.
No, interesting. And on that, Sammy, sticking with you for a moment, at YouLife, you've recently, quite recently, gone to the intermediary market. So one of my questions for you, actually, on the intermediary market, are you finding that most of your distribution is done via group risk brokers, or are you actually seeing interest from, we've got a lot of individual protection advisors watching today. Do you think there's opportunity for individual protection advisors to go into the group space and start talking about, like you say, you're making it simple. I mean, it's about kind of finding language that connects with customers as opposed to just going in with all the technical jargon, which can no doubt put off some advisors from touching that sort of business.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You're absolutely right. I mean, obviously, the traditional brokers are coming to us because they see that YouLife, we're bringing something more than just the life insurance. We're bringing the technology and the wellness all in one proposition. But then because the proposition, we're talking about it in a different way, and we're using different language, and we're making it accessible. Therefore, we're getting a lot of individual protection brokers who've never really engaged with the group market and thought, wow, there's an extra opportunity here. It's an extra source of income. There's a new opportunity. There are so many companies, so many SMEs that don't have any of these benefits in place, yet they would, for little cost, they would get so much benefit from the types of products available. And a lot of it is just about education. And therefore, yes, we are getting more and more new types of intermediaries, people who've never engaged with a group market before, coming and engaging with YouLife.
It's interesting. Going over to you, Debbie, on the simplification of language when facing clients. Have you got any examples for Sharon following her question earlier?
I think it's less simplification of language, it's understanding. So two things. One is, that term mental health. Actually, when we do a lot of workshops, we've done a lot for Leanne at PRI and things like coping with lockdown and what is mental health. And I think it's really important that everybody understands. So we'll do specific training for line managers, for example. What does that term mean? Let's break it down. So I think there's a lot of miscommunication, misunderstanding about that term mental health. That's why I call myself head of workplace happiness. Happiness, mental health, well-being, they're kind of interchangeable. And actually, we think about all those individual factors, but there are so many workplace factors that affect people's mental health. So that's one side of it. The other side of it is the jargon around products. And we learned a long time ago, didn't we, not to sell products, to sell the benefits. And I think, when an employee hears 24/7 support line, EAP, we should never use the term EAP in a workplace because people don't know what that is. So I think we just need to demystify and communicate our well-being benefits much better. And we need to pull apart, what am I getting from my income protection? What am I getting from my cash plan? Because there's so many overlaps, aren't there? You'll get an EAP on a cash plan, and you might also have an EAP on your income protection. You might have another one on your private medical insurance. So which one do I use? So I feel like the confusion comes around these incredible, some very low cost well-being benefits that people are being offered, but that they just don't understand.
There's a certain amount of irony, isn't there, to the fact that there's so many EAPs out there, but employers often don't even know they're there. Leanne, on this kind of communication directly, I know you've covered it already, but have you got anything to add about how we can ensure that communication is, building on some of the things that both Sammy and Debbie have talked about?
Yeah, sure. So I think little and often is a key thing that I would say, trying to focus on specific issues. So one of the things that we're doing at the moment with PES is taking a subject each month to focus on. So at the moment we're doing resilience. We're going to do a month on sleep, and really going quite deep into that issue area. So providing webinars on it, tips, reading lists, videos that people can go and watch, some, inspiring TED Talks that there might be out there, but just trying to focus on something that really captures the imagination of people and makes them go, oh, actually, I do want to engage with this. But also, again, on the one size fits all point, doing a range of different things in that package. So there's a thing that each person wants to engage with.
That's really, really good advice, Leanne. Samantha Chandler on the chat, who works for Openwork, has said she's happy to say there have been lots of wellbeing activities and support available in her workplace. For example, to name just a few, we have employee surveys, lunch and learn sessions that include topics like wellbeing through mindfulness techniques. We have a learning site which also covers looking after yourself, access to the Calm app, online yoga sessions, online head and shoulder exercises, quizzes to bring us together socially, and mental health first aid champions. It's a nice, rounded range of benefits there, and certainly adapted to the pressures of lockdown. Okay, we're into our last few minutes. I'm going to go around the panel and ask for some top tips. Now the fact that we're now working within another second lockdown. Obviously, think times have changed a little bit since the first lockdown, so I'd be keen to hear what our panellists would advise in order to get through the next few weeks and months. Starting with you, Leanne.
Okay. Thanks, Adam. So I think I said already, taking a walk, really take a walk. I would really encourage people to try and do it in the middle of the day as well. Getting some daylight, I think, is going to be really important as we're going into those darker months. I would also really encourage managers to just talk about how their teams are feeling. Just give 5 minutes at the start of every team meeting, every one-to-one, to just say, how you doing? I'm a bit rubbish today. How you doing? I would say is really important. And I've probably given loads of other examples around training and webinars and communication. And, it's lots, but just keep it up is what I would say.
Thank you, Leanne. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. Sammy, would you like to jump in?
Sure. Just following on what Leanne's saying, I believe it's really important to keeping it simple. People think often that well-being and engaging in well-being is a complicated activity, or they have to go to a gym and they have to get dressed in certain clothes, and it's something that becomes inaccessible. Our Chief Wellbeing Officer is Dr. Rangan Chatterjee. He's the Chief Wellbeing Officer at ULife, and he has amazing podcasts. He's written a great book, Feel Better in 5. But all you need sometimes is just 5 minutes. Go for a 5-minute walk, 5-minute mindfulness, just do some breathing, calm breathing. You do a 5-minute HIIT session in your kitchen. It's not about lots, it's about keeping it really, really simple. And the only other thing I would say is also look at technology, how technology can actually be at these times as a force for good. And there are amazing apps out there, and amazing frameworks and amazing programs that can really help to reward, incentivize and inspire people to do those simple everyday activities.
Indeed. Use technology mindfully too, as well. Not too much of it.
Absolutely.
And Debbie, sorry to make you go last. I hope they haven't used up all of the examples. Have you got any others?
Yep, loads, but sticking to a few. I'm going to stick with Sammy's thing of 5, because actually for individuals using a framework like the 5 ways to well-being, so take notice, keep learning, connect, give, be active. Because, like I said earlier, there's no one size fits all. So if you think about the 5 ways to well-being, there'll be one thing in those 5 at least that will work for you. But not only that, tell someone else about your plans. We did this at PES, and because somebody shares what they're going to do, you kind of then feel motivated to do it. And then for employers, don't engage in ad hoc well-being stuff. Make a plan and get some support. There's not just people like PES Wellbeing, there's other good wellbeing services within insurers as well. So get some support if you don't know how, but make a plan.
Thanks, Debbie. I'd also add personally, keep a structure to your day and a routine in place. And I think there's been some great examples as well of going out for walks in the day. I personally try and get up every day and do a little bit of exercise just to get myself going, and mindfulness and meditation has been mentioned too. But yeah, brilliant session. Thanks to all of our panellists. Really enjoyed that. I hope you at home have enjoyed it too. We're now going to be moving on to 2 sessions which will be running parallel. So you've got a choice between which one you'd like to watch. So in one room, we've got Mark Toms from Aegon, who will be covering business protection made easy, while Scottish Widows Helen Dick will take a look at transparent underwriting processes. So please click on the session that you want, and don't forget you can catch anything you've missed on demand.
Good morning. I hope you've all had an enjoyable and informative morning so far. My name is Helen Dick, and I lead the Underwriting and Claims Strategy team at Scottish Widows. I'm delighted to be presenting at this Cover Summit today. Over the next 10 to 15 minutes, I will share with you some insight into the underwriting approach we have taken at Scottish Widows during these uncertain times. We are very keen to be more open and transparent with our underwriting approach and share more of this with our distribution partners. I will talk briefly through each of these topics on this outline agenda. Firstly, our underwriting approach during the challenging times we all faced in 2020. The impacts mental health has had on our underwriting approach. Then on to more of the other topic, top medical disclosures we see, and finish on the importance of data and analysis. So, starting with the impact of COVID-19 on our underwriting philosophy. This has been a very challenging year for us all, and the protection industry is no different. I do think we have responded exceptionally well and continue to provide access to valuable protection insurance for the majority of our customers, which is even more important at this time. The COVID pandemic is an unprecedented situation, and I'm very proud of the way our industry had stayed open for business. However, as we all know, the COVID-19 virus has had a serious impact on people's health, particularly those with certain medical conditions like severe lung disease, diabetes, heart conditions, overweight, the older lives, etc. So like other protection providers, we had to review our underwriting philosophy to balance these new risks while still providing access to insurance for the majority of our customers and also protecting the funds of our existing customers. I've shown here some of the key areas we reviewed. So our high-level application form questions had COVID-related questions added, like most other providers as well. Exceptions made for frontline health workers who were caring for COVID-positive patients. Maximum loadings were introduced for the high-risk medical conditions for COVID, those already mentioned above. We carefully considered cases where doctors' reports would normally be required for medical disclosures under non-medical limits, as we did not wish to distract the NHS from their priority of caring for and saving lives. So we tried where possible to obtain more information direct from the customer. In reality, we did not find that GP reports we requested caused any issue, as more GPs were actually using the electronic process, as like most of us, GPs too were working remotely. Our underwriters also carried out an extensive review of business in our pipeline to apply this new approach and successfully issued more valuable cover to customers. All of our underwriters are now also working remotely, and the technology we have today means we can keep the business flowing from our own homes. And where would we be without Microsoft Teams as well? And all of this had no effect on our point of sale rate, and cover was limited in only a small number of cases. Overall, I'm very proud to say we continue to offer cover to around 90 to 95% of our customers. However, as we know, the longer-term impacts of COVID-19 are uncertain, and close monitoring of data and research is crucial to ensure our underwriting philosophy is balancing the risks identified with the access to insurance we wish to provide. So moving on to impact on mental health. Our Head of Underwriting and Claims Strategy at Scottish Widows, Scott Cadger, presented recently at Cover on our approach to mental health underwriting and some of the changes that we have made recently. But as this is by far the biggest disclosure we see and the most talked about side effect of imposed social distancing and lockdown, I wanted to provide an additional brief overview. Evidence is pointing to a further increase in customers experiencing mental health conditions, and support via the health service was disrupted because of COVID-19. So calls to charities and other support saw a significant increase. Our disclosure rate increased too by around 5%, but overall I'm very pleased to say we still provided valuable protection cover to 95% of customers, with 85% receiving standard rates, and all with no impact on our high point of sale rate at around 93%. We also recognise customers who take positive action to improve their mental health by taking into account positive lifestyle changes during the underwriting process. For example, good sleep patterns and regular exercise, we all know help our longer term health. We've also introduced improvements to our customer journey by signposting where further help and support is available. So moving on to the other top medical disclosures. This slide shows the outcomes for the top medical disclosures we see at Scottish Widows. Taking height and weight first, the body mass index is a key indicator of additional medical risks and is therefore essential underwriting information we need. The chart on the left-hand side shows BMI outcomes. At Scottish Widows, our average BMI runs at around 27, so the majority, 69% in fact, receive standard rates. Ratings start at around a BMI of 29 and less than 1% are declined. So on to the other top medical disclosures after mental health. The table on the right-hand side shows the outcomes for customers who have disclosed hypertension, back problems, asthma, raised cholesterol and diabetes, being our top conditions after mental health. So looking at hypertension first, 83% of customers who disclose hypertension, we offer terms at the point of sale. And in fact, 50% of those actually receive standard rates as well. The remainder are referred into our operational underwriters to be looked at by our experienced underwriters manually. Back problems, 99% offered standard rates at point of sale. Asthma, 99% of customers offered terms at point of sale, and 95% of those offered standard rates. Raised cholesterol, 83% of customers offered terms at point of sale, 54% of those offered standard rates. And diabetes, 69% of customers offered terms at point of sale, majority of those being type 2 diabetes, and 18% offered standard rates. I hope you will agree these stats show how we're providing valuable protection insurance to customers and their families during these uncertain times. And finally, moving on to the importance of data analysis. Data has become part of our everyday lives. I'm sure most of us will follow the daily COVID-related stats in the media and on TV, and the importance of good data to shape decision making. This slide captures the key themes we consider when reviewing our underwriting data and making decisions on outcomes for customers. So taking each of them in turn, having a clear view, we need our data to tell us a story, highlighting strengths, risks and opportunities for improvements for our customers. Having a single source of data allows for consistent reporting as well, improved accuracy of data and effective comparison. We're working hard to combine all our different sources of data to increase our confidence in the results. We need to regularly monitor our data, of course, to measure performance and identify changes we need to make to ensure we are meeting our goals in providing valuable cover for customers. And understanding the data, simplified, accurate data allows for clarity and ease of understanding, so that is absolutely key. And last but not least, customer. The customer is always at the centre of our decision making. So when we make improvements to our underwriting philosophy, electronic underwriting rules and our customer journey, we always have the customer in mind and find ways to provide more access to protection insurance for them and their families. Well, that's the end of the presentation. Thank you very much for listening. I believe there will now be some time for questions, and I'll be happy to answer anywhere I can. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Helen, for that interesting insight into your underwriting philosophy as Scottish Widows. I'm joined by Helen on a Zoom call. Good to see you, Helen. Thanks for joining us. So my key takeaway from that was that there's a real positive story here. You know, it's obviously we've seen restrictions as a result of COVID, and we had a really interesting discussion about underwriting earlier on the panel. But your stats are showing that the majority of people can get cover.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you, Adam, but there's a video still going in the background here, and I can't make out what you're saying. I'm really sorry.
Is it on our system, or is that one on your laptop? Maybe have you got the video open? It's happened before.
Yeah, it's the video that was playing. It's still playing.
maybe we're on a slight lag, so we're ahead of time. So maybe if you turn your video off, and then you won't be able to hear yourself.
Okay. I think that's it going now.
Good.
Okay.
Oh, you might end up
Sorry
hearing.
about that.
That's okay. You're not the first person that's done this as well. It happened yesterday. Easily done. And this is an entirely new system for all of us. So we're all just kind of getting to grips with the technology.
That's for sure.
I'll repeat myself. What I was saying was, what I got from your presentation was there's a huge positive story here. You know, we obviously saw restrictions come in as a result of COVID-19. However, your data's showing that the vast majority of people can get cover. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, can you hear me okay, Adam?
I can hear you fine, Helen, yes.
Yes.
Did you hear my question, Helen?
Yeah, I'm asking the guy on the Zoom call, and he's...
I think there might be a slight delay in Helen's feed. So it's quite difficult. Shall we go back to a holding slide while we wait for Helen to get her technical situation sorted out? Thank you.
Okay, sorry about this.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Hi, you can hear me, Helen?
Yes.
Excellent.
Perfectly. Thank you.
I'll just remind our viewers the tagline for our event today and yesterday is Brave New World. And I think we all are very, very brave for taking on this amount of technology in the new environment. And like I said earlier, it's an easy thing to do, but we've got it sorted. You can now hear my direct feed, so that's great.
Yes, lovely. Thank you very much.
All I was saying, Helen, was that I got a lot from your presentation and actually realised, came away feeling like there's a real positive here. You know, obviously we saw a lot of restrictions come in as a result of COVID, which is understandable. We're faced by a global pandemic, which is a health crisis. However, your transparent presentation showed that actually the majority of people can get cover in the current environment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the good thing that we've heard on several of the presentations over the last day and a half so far. Is that, you know, the industry has stayed open for business, and I think ourselves, along with, you know, many other providers, are very proud of that. You know, we've managed to keep our business running, mainly from our own homes. You know, the majority of all our colleagues are working from home now, so I think it's proved that our industry can work in that way and that we can provide the valuable protection insurance that our customers need, particularly at this time.
Definitely something worth remembering. We have a tendency in our industry to sort of focus on our negatives and our own pitfalls, but actually let's have a moment and pat ourselves on the back and actually remind people that we are still open for business, very much so. And I really enjoyed what you explained about mental health as well. We saw recently the ABI mental health standards come on. So I guess that's something else that you can build into your philosophy. So you've got the underwriting that's already there, solid. I think, did you say it was only 3% decline on mental health, which is really, really good. I think that's the right stat. And then obviously with the ABI standards, we're able to start focusing on how we communicate with customers too.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. I mean, we've spent quite a bit of time in recent times reviewing our mental health philosophy, quite rightly, because of, you know, the importance of it, and particularly now with COVID. You know, it's having an impact on most people's lives in some way. And we want to be able to ensure that we're reflecting it in the right way in our underwriting philosophies. So it is a constantly evolving kind of area that we're looking at, and a really important one at that. So as I mentioned in the presentation, it's by far, you know, the biggest disclosure that we see in our underwriting. So therefore we have to constantly monitor it and constantly be trying to ensure that we're allowing customers to apply and give the right outcomes that reflect the information that people are giving us. It's not a one size fits all, as we've heard many times as well over the last few sessions that have been talked about on the conference. You know, it's such an important area for our underwriting to get it right, and for customers to feel that they can apply to us for cover, and we provide the right support to them as well.
And it's
and not just at outset, it's about the support we provide throughout the term of their policy. It is a long-term policy that customers are taking out, and we want them to be healthy and as much as possible throughout the whole term of that.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
We want to do what we can to support
really
them.
good point. So I find it interesting you talk about how you constantly monitor conditions to try and improve the underwriting standards. So where next? I mean, where would be sort of an area of focus for you at Scottish Widows? Are there any other conditions that you'd like to take a look at, or I guess you're continually monitoring all of them, but where would be the next immediate focus?
Yeah, well, to be honest, I mean, we use the data to do that. The data is what tells us, you know, where the opportunities are and where the risks are. Obviously, at the moment, the big focus is around COVID and how that's going to evolve over time. So we've got a very close eye on that. The difficulty with that, obviously, from a philosophy point of view, is that we don't have long-term data to assess the risks. COVID is less than a year old, so we don't have, you know, lots of data to be able to assess that. So we have to make judgment calls there, and balance the risks of, you know, being able to offer cover to customers, but at the same time, you know, allow for the additional risks that COVID brings with it. So yeah, I think it's constantly monitoring of our own personal data, but obviously keeping close to what's happening on the COVID front and how things evolve with how it's impacting our customers' lives longer term.
Indeed, and like you say, there's so many unknowns, and we've already heard quite a few times today the discussion around long COVID and the long-term impact of COVID-19. But also on the underwriting panel this morning, one of the hotly debated areas was around the vaccine. So I'd be keen to hear your perspective as an underwriter. You must have been pleased to hear the news earlier this week that we're getting closer to a vaccine. And from an underwriting perspective, I even heard someone suggest today, I think it was Carl Paget from Pacific Life, where he said he'd like to even kind of go back to, or I don't want to misquote him there, but I think he said along the lines of, I think I heard was, he would love to see underwriting go back to normal around March of next year, which seems incredibly soon and a real, real kind of like ray of light. But what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, certainly, like most people, I was delighted to get the news about the vaccine, coming on fairly soon. Obviously, it's going to take time to filter through the population. But I think from a personal viewpoint, again, I can only give my own view on that. But certainly from a underwriting perspective, I wouldn't expect that to make any real difference to the way we underwrite. Like I think it was Carl or maybe Helen said, the vaccines are there for other conditions as well in the past. And, what we look at is the impact that medical conditions are having on people's health. I mean, the vaccine, we'll keep a close eye on it, obviously, but, what we're trying to do is ensure that people stay healthy, and that's what the vaccine's trying to do. So it can only be positive from an underwriting point of view as well. And let's hope that it works and it comes in soon. But I'd love to see underwriting. I don't know what normal is, to be honest, but certainly the approach that we're taking is that, it's a constantly evolving philosophy and will become part of our everyday approach that we apply. So COVID is here for, the longer term, I would say, from a risk perspective. But very good news about the vaccine, and let's hope that it has the impact that we all want it to.
Indeed, it was an interesting discussion, wasn't it, earlier, and you've really added to that, about how I think Helen pointed out that we'll be focusing more on the infection rate. And actually, there's a good chance that let's hope that vaccine helps bring down that infection rate. And then by the tail end of next year, maybe we'll be, like you say, we'll still be living with the virus, but we will have it. We would have suppressed it and had it under control, and the world will look different. Maybe even next year we could have the Cover Summit in person. Imagine that.
Yeah, well, let's hope so.
Thanks for joining us.
It's been enjoyable on the video as well, though.
Thank you, Helen. I'm really glad that we got your audio working. Thanks for your presentation earlier. That was a really interesting and a real positive story, and thanks for being so transparent. Enjoy the rest of the conference, and hope to see you in person sometime soon.
Okay, same to you. Thank you very much indeed, Adam.
Thanks, Helen. So, I hope you've got plenty out of our presentations and the panel discussions so far. Now it's time for a lunch break. So grab yourself a sandwich, a cup of soup, a Deliveroo, whatever takes your fancy. Unfortunately, we can't lay on any buffet for you today, but please keep reaching out to your other delegates, chat amongst yourselves, and set up video calls and visit our sponsors on the exhibition stand. You don't have to leave the site to do any of those things. So see you again in an hour. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed your lunch and you've taken advantage of the many networking opportunities available on the event platform. We've got one last hour of excellent conference content coming your way, kicking off with a presentation from NGC Director Monica Garcia. She'll be investigating the future claims fallout of COVID-19 when it comes to health challenges, the health challenges our nation faces with regards to back to work rehabilitation.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for the invitation to take part in COVER's Protection and Health Summit. I know you've been hearing really interesting insights from different angles within the insurance chain, but this afternoon and in the next 15 minutes, I'd like to focus on claims aspects and really discuss with you what the potential impacts are for the protection industry in terms of new claims and existing claims as well, and around the short term and potentially the long term as well. So I know I only have 15 minutes and lots to tell you, so I'm gonna dive in straight into what those collateral issues are and have been so far. So first of all, I wanted to illustrate how COVID does have an impact at an individual level, but how individual differences are significant whenever we think about, who is more likely to get ill and who's likely to cope with any situation, with a stressful situation. So I thought of an iceberg, and I thought this was a useful metaphor because we're obviously all going through the same storm, COVID storm, but I think that the size of the iceberg is just different and it has different characteristics, and each individual has its own coping mechanisms and they are all different. So I think to begin with, I think we need to understand that many individuals, even before COVID arrived and the first lockdown occurred, they were already dealing with existing baseline health conditions and potentially life stressors. And then you had a situation where, life completely changed for everyone. So the first initial lockdown brought on us, a sudden disruption on access to social interaction, for example, which is very vital and a very well-known buffer for stress. So I think many people struggle with having no access for practical support through family members or work colleagues or friends. And some also struggle with emotional support as well throughout this period. And, there is some reports around loneliness and the impact on mental health, which we will talk about in the next few slides. But after that, obviously, we do have this situation where we're still in an uncertain environment and we have no control over what happens next. And this is very uncomfortable for our psychological well-being and resilience. We don't like this. We like having certainty in life. And this has also meant that there are issues around work uncertainty for people, for some individuals. Some have been furloughed, some are at risk of unemployment. We know unemployment is on the rise, and some are suffering from reduced income and financial hardship. So it's really tough times for many. But of course, we need to bear in mind as well that some people have been directly impacted by COVID, having suffered COVID themselves and the consequences of it. Some have recovered very well, but some haven't, as we know, we're hearing more about long COVID. But some are suffering the indirect impacts as well. And some are fearful about, being out and about or even going to the office. And because they're concerned about family members, and they think if they acquire the infection, they might carry a significant risk for their loved ones. And it could be a death risk as well. So I think the issue of fear is pretty much present, and the general population is pretty much at age, and we're all trying to cope the best we can. But unfortunately, for some, the iceberg is just going to sink at some point, and they will experience a sickness episode and incapacity. And within that as well, we can see that people's health-seeking behaviors have been affected. We know that many are afraid of accessing or contacting the hospital or their GP appointments, and they are some scared of overburdening the NHS. And they're missing opportunities for accessing an early diagnosis, which could be life-saving in very serious conditions. So I wanted to share with you a summary of the evidence on some of those main highlights on severe conditions and more common conditions as well. So we've been hearing quite a bit about cancer. I don't know if you've read some reports around the big C is cancer and not COVID. And it's very worrying indeed, because I think for many, it means that suspended and reduced services will have an impact on survival rates, unfortunately. And in fact, the Health Research UK has estimated that in the next year, there will be between 7,000 and 18,000 excess deaths, which is very sad and worrying. And then from a mental health perspective, we know that the UK was struggling anyway in terms of prevalence and stress in the workforce in particular. So we know that stress is the #1 cause of sickness absence in the UK. But the Centre for Mental Health has conducted a study to help the NHS with resourcing around provision of mental health support for individuals, and they have estimated that around 10 million people, so that is almost 20% of the population in the UK, will require mental health support. Could be additional or new services for people. Within these figures, is actually quite sad to hear that 1.5 million of those will be for children and young adults. And I think for the insurance industry, this potentially, has a question mark around what that will mean for the insurance world in the long term, and how this generation is being impacted, and what those insurance needs may be in the future. So another worrying figure. And then I mentioned already long COVID. This is something we're hearing constantly in terms of new developments around diagnosis and what the cluster of symptoms is, and how you identify those as a risk, and how do you manage the condition. But from what we know so far, it's that, and this is from the COVID symptom study, is that approximately 1 in 45 individuals who have been diagnosed with COVID-19 are likely to experience residual symptoms after 12 weeks. And they can be quite debilitating for some, and some individuals haven't even been able to, return to work. So that's something to bear in mind as well. And then I had some figures as well around heart disease and cardiovascular conditions. So the British Heart Foundation has reported that unfortunately, there were 800 excess deaths so far, and they relate this to the collateral impact that COVID-19 is having on individuals. So it is worrying times in terms of health conditions and what it means in terms of the new presentation and severity and potentially duration as well. And as an example, I wanted to briefly touch base on the landscape around remote working and how that potentially might have an impact on mental health claims and musculoskeletal claims from a disability insurance perspective. So remote working is something that has been imposed, as we know, and that has I guess, a connotation in terms of people's stress management and well-being, because what we know from research is that when people feel in control and over how they do their work, they perform at their best. And so lockdown and the policy around home working obviously is something that is being imposed on workers. And so to begin with, this is not conducive, to feeling at ease, if you want. And I know that actually on a more positive note, there are some benefits around working from home, and some people have reported having a better work-life balance and being able to do more exercise and eat better as well, which is fantastic. But I think for many, the opposite is occurring. Some are feeling more stressed and overburdened with extra maybe childcare stressors and demands. Some are finding the use of technology use quite stressful, and there's talks around Zoom fatigue, for example, and the fact that you need to do everything virtually now. And so this is something to bear in mind. There have been talks around increased musculoskeletal pain, around neck and back conditions, and that may be on the rise, particularly from a disability insurance perspective and income protection claims. So just briefly then, in the next few minutes, I know it's only 15, I'd like to summarize what the future claims risk landscape is likely to look like. So just touching first on mental health claims, I think, unfortunately, we're likely to see an increase on new claims for mental health. But equally, I think mental health conditions are going to present as comorbid diagnoses of other conditions. So be it cancer, for cancer survivors, or more common conditions like musculoskeletal as well. Mental health claims also have been reported to be quite significant in medical professionals. We've been hearing reports about hospital workers and doctors, who have worked extremely hard over the first wave of COVID. And, it's not that they have endless resources, coping resources. There is an expectation that many of them are at risk of mental health, and they may be going off work. With burnout and stress, and even post-traumatic stress disorder, particularly for junior doctors, actually, who were exposed to high volumes of death initially during the first lockdown and the first peak. So just something to bear in mind. Then there is the role about lifestyle-related conditions. And as I mentioned at the beginning, we know that some NHS services were suspended, or some are limited, and this is likely to have an impact on common health conditions around diabetes and high blood pressure and obesity, which we know were on the rise in the UK population anyway. Another aspect is the role of the aging population. We know that this particular group are more likely to have existing conditions anyway, but they're a group to bear in mind, because they will also probably are expected to struggle with technology issues, fatigue, same as the issue around remote workers. But I think there is an added compounding environment for them, and something to bear in mind in the future. So as I mentioned, the issue around new claims and existing claims, I think we need to be mindful that potentially the duration of claims may be compromised as well. So I think where conditions that we expected that people will get better, they will recover, and then they will return to work and come off claim from an income protection side of things, that might not be the case, and in some conditions might worsen, and that may be related to the lack of access and prompt access to medical care via the NHS. So the picture is not looking that great, I'm afraid. I think the health claims landscape looks quite complex. I think we are going to see a complex scenario from a biopsychosocial perspective. As I mentioned at the start, many individuals are struggling from a social perspective. They have this financial strain around work uncertainty, work stresses, family stressors, the ongoing uncertainty anyway around COVID. So it's not great. But I wanted to leave you with a claims call to action. So I wanted to divide this into sort of the immediate future, the short term, the medium term, and the long term. I know insurance companies have been really swift in accommodating their claims services and supporting customers very quickly. With improving the use of technology and how they gather evidence. So that has been fantastic. And I think this has given us an opportunity as well to the insurance industry to demonstrate the value of additional support services that are available in products, particularly for income protection. So I know the use of access to virtual GPs, for example, rehabilitation, early intervention, return to work support. This is greatly appreciated by customers. And this is a real opportunity now for the insurance world to demonstrate the value that they bring, not just for financial resilience, but also in terms of quality of life and return to health and work. Now, in the short term, I think there is, I guess, a call around learning from what the current data analysis, data gathering and data trends are. So I think really being aware of what sort of new claims you are getting in from an income protection perspective, or critical illness or life insurance as well, just learning those patterns so you can react to those with your claims risk strategies. Then we have the medium long term and looking in the next 5 years or so, and really, I guess, learning from those trends and applying innovative ways from a claims perspective, but also collaborating with other areas of the insurance industry or the insurance chain, and really working with colleagues within the underwriting and pricing area. And then I wanted to touch base on the long term, starting maybe perhaps on 2027, and really think about what the future customers' protection needs will be. And how those risks might look like. So if we think about adolescents now and young professionals, and how are they starting their careers, and how this situation around COVID now will impact their opportunities, to have good healthcare access or even develop in their careers as well. And this is just to give you some food for thought in terms of what discussions might be, in 10 years' time around how those protection products should look like. And with that, I'll leave you, and I will be really happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that, Monica. I'm joined by Monica on a call, video call. So please do feel free to ask your questions in the chat facility for me to ask Monica. But I'll kick things off. Hi, Monica. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, good afternoon. Really lovely to be here today.
And it was a really, really fascinating presentation. I really liked the calls to action at the end. And it made me kind of wonder and want sort of, to reiterate really. I guess the pandemic has really highlighted the need for prevention in the current climate, but also the importance of early intervention when it comes to fending off future claims and try to minimise their impact on individuals. So, I mean, what are your thoughts? I mean, how different is it now than, we as an industry had an awareness of early intervention and rehabilitation, but do you think the perception outside of the industry might be changing? Is there an opportunity there to engage?
I think, unfortunately, I think outside the industry, media reports still focus on negative stories, which is a little bit of a shame. There was even an article this Sunday on the Times, just focusing on claims not being paid. So I do think there is an opportunity now to share those positive stories and demonstrate the value of these services that focus on improving health and well-being, helping customers to get better and get back to work. So I think there is a real opportunity now to showcase those good stories.
I guess there's an opportunity from both an individual and a group risk perspective to try and find ways to communicate the fact that there are these services within policies. So you mentioned the big C, and we mean cancer there, not COVID. There's an opportunity there for employers and individual, maybe through advisors or through providers, to remind people that you mentioned, the additional services, whether that's virtual GPs, diagnostics, all that sort of stuff. So would you say that kind of needs to be quite urgent?
Absolutely. That I think communication is one piece, just making service users aware of what is available for them. But I think there is an opportunity as well to integrate all this healthcare support that is available. So we're talking about, existing employee-assisted programs, for our larger employees that have access to that type of support, occupational health, and then just really see, what is it that's needed, on an individual level. So I think there is quite a bit of work to be done on that side.
And you mentioned the picture that you painted is quite bleak. In a way, that's a real sign that actually there's a real urgency to this. And like I said, the call to actions really hit that home. So your message would be to our viewers, in whatever capacity they're working, is to really focus on this stuff. Otherwise, we're going to see a lot of claims further down the line, and the situation is only going to get worse.
Absolutely, there is a call to action to actually execute, those all fantastical ideas that are out there, to support people in the working population in particular. But I think, yes, there is an opportunity around, communicating more and sharing more of those successful stories and actually being positive as well. I think with support, you can really achieve, a significant progress and make a difference. A lot of those cases are going to be related to a normal stress reaction, for example. And with support, you will expect that people will get better and will be able to return to good health and work. But for some others, unfortunately, it will mean that they will need, extra specialist services as well.
And the awareness is there. We're going through we've heard many times over the course of the last day and a half or so, there is an awareness. We're all going through a health crisis. So it shouldn't be too difficult to make that connection point. I'm going to jump over to the questions quickly. Andrew Gething from Morgan Ash, he's asked, early intervention works well in group business, but we struggle to deliver it in retail on the individual side. Any thoughts on how we can overcome this?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think it's been particularly challenging because on the individual and retail side of things, you have a wide variety of income protection products with different deferred periods do have a direct impact on the costs and likely of success for early intervention approaches. Because if you have a policy holder with a 1 year deferred period, for example, the concept of early intervention just doesn't apply, just because a year would have passed since the first date of absence. So I think that there are definitely some ideas, to overcome that, around early notification and engaging with customers, regularly and finding out more about how they're doing and perhaps encouraging them, to speak with their insurer, speak with them around any sickness absence, and just having some sort of early notification claims management approach that can spot those individuals particularly at risk of long-term sickness absence.
Yeah, and I guess on a case-by-case basis, there are some examples out there. I think Legal & General offer day one early intervention on the individual side. And like you say, I guess you can't just be offering out health services to absolutely everybody that has 1 day off work, and it looks like it might continue. So you have to kind of make a measured approach as to what would be the best route back into the workplace. And because that benefits everybody, that benefits the customer and the insurer, because there's less chance of them actually being off for the deferred period. So last question from me. You mentioned long COVID briefly in your presentation. What is it? Should we approach that one with a bit of caution when it comes to rehabilitation? We've seen NICE guidelines, for example, being worked on at the moment, but there's some question around whether certain practices should be used around chronic fatigue syndrome and ME. So, I mean, should we be kind of being quite cautious as an industry, or do you think actually there isn't an opportunity to actually just kind of offer some sort of service here, and I guess take a case by case basis on it?
Yeah, I think in relation to COVID, and I think with any type of rehabilitation, insurance companies need to ensure that they do adhere to best practice, evidence-based approaches, and definitely adhere to the NICE guidelines here in the UK. Because obviously, you wouldn't want to be in a position where you are providing rehabilitation that is contraindicative for their condition. So in relation to long COVID, then, I think there is a wide spectrum of symptoms. So fatigue is one of them and affects some individuals. I think it's important to ensure that expert support is provided for these individuals, and via expert providers as well, who specialize in fatigue management, for example, and who adhere to the NICE guidelines as well.
Indeed, and actually it's a positive sign that we're seeing insurers beginning to engage with that as opposed to avoid engaging with it, because like you've said in your presentation, we're only going to see more and more health conditions as a result of COVID, whether they're unseen or directly related to the virus.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think even with long COVID, what we've been hearing so far is that unfortunately the NHS doesn't have the resource, to support everyone. And the other important point is that vocational rehabilitation and return to work specific support is just not available on the NHS. So that is something that the insurance world has sort of taken on board, and they're doing pretty well in terms of developing rehabilitation programs that have return to work support at the core of these initiatives, and the same applies, to long COVID, helping early with the management of those symptoms, but also with a view to returning to good health and work.
Indeed. Okay, thanks a lot, Monica. That's all the time we've got for questions. However, if you did want to ask a question to Monica, or you've asked one that hasn't been asked, feel free to direct message her on the event platform. I'm sure you'd be willing to answer any queries.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Monica. Lovely to see you.
Bye-bye.
So that brings us to the last session for today, the home straight, as it were. Coming next is a live panel discussion where we will be focusing on the evolution of health insurance in light of the pandemic. We've seen an awful lot of change over the past 9 months or so we'll be reflecting and looking forward based on those observations. So I'm joined by Claire Ginelli, who's the Managing Director of Premier Choice, Isaac Fainer, who is the Director of LifePoint Healthcare, and Matthew Reid, who's the Founder and Managing Director of EquipsMe. So, hello everybody, thanks for joining us, and you've been given the honour of closing the Cover Protection Health Summit 2020 in digital format. So I will be kicking off the debate to talk a little bit about we won't spend too long picking through the fact that the NHS signed a deal with the private health care community or industry in order to basically provide capacity to the NHS. We are seeing capacity returning to, I think, PHIN released a week or two ago. They're up to about 3/4 of where we were pre-COVID in terms of hospital capacity, and we'll be sort of exploring kind of the way forward, really, whilst having a look at some of the changes that insurers have brought in as a result of the huge reaction that we no doubt had to see as a result of the pandemic. So let's start on that point then, Claire, if you wouldn't mind. Would you mind giving us a quick overview of the situation right now and reflecting on some of the changes that we've seen over the past 9 months or so?
Yeah, I think all of the health insurers have adapted really well to the pandemic. We don't want to focus too much on what they did in the beginning, because, as you say, we want to look sort of going forward. But we know that most of them offered the holiday payment holidays, but very quickly looked at how they could change their benefits to make sure that people were still getting value from the policy. So if we look across the some of the main insurers, you've got Bupa with their Bupa at Home, we've got AXA with their clinical support hub, and we have Vitality with their Care Hub. And all of these insurers are trying to make sure that people can have remote access to the benefits as quickly and easily as possible. So whether it be mental health, we have insurers that have offered out mental health benefits across the board to members. We have insurers that have taken away limits, policy limits, not applied excesses, increased NHS cash benefits. We have Bupa that have introduced the home testing on skin cancer, so sending out instructions to take a picture and send it back to get a diagnosis and treatment on that. So I think generally the insurers have actually reacted really, really well to a very challenging situation. And as you say, in terms of the capacity within the hospitals, my understanding is that the London hospitals are now out of the contract. The hospitals outside of London, I believe, are still in the NHS contract until the end of the year. But 25% of the capacity between the hours of 9 to 5 are handed over to the private sector. And if they do have any capacity within the NHS time slots, that's being handed over to the private sector as well. And I know the insurers are reporting an upturn in the pre-authorisation levels that they've had. So I think members are starting to see access to treatment in a way they started to see it before the pandemic hit.
So that's a really positive story and a real sign that they were returning to some sort of normality. And you mentioned as well the reaction of the insurers. In a way, I mean, we've kind of had an awful amount or an incredible amount of evolution and product development as a result of the pandemic. And we'll come on to some of those things a little bit later as we look forward to the future. Moving over to you, Isaac, how have you found your role changing as an advisor in the PMI space? What sort of conversations are you having at the moment?
It's a very, very good question. At the start of the pandemic, I had a phone call from an advisor, and the advisor was actually in tears because they were so concerned about what was going on and would business collapse, would there be a drop-off, what would happen? And I said, look, just keep the faith, keep going, and let's see how it plays out. And I said, now more than ever, it's the time to really develop and grow. And we've all noticed as brokers how actually there's been an immense surge of interest surrounding healthcare, looking after oneself, and actually health insurance in general. We thought it would go the other way, but actually we've been fielding an immense volume of calls and interest of people who've just suddenly woken up, and it's like, okay, we can't rely on the NHS the way we want to. We all love the NHS. The NHS are amazing. We all know that, but what's been going on, it's just created this whole mindset of like, God forbid, if something goes wrong, how are we going to be looked after? And the conversations that have taken place as a result of that has been immense. It's been a paradigm shift with the UK public, I think, in terms of how people are taking care of themselves and planning ahead to look after themselves, knowing that they have to take responsibility for their own well-being. So there's been a massive mindset change in terms of being careful and not relying on the NHS like they used to. People used to say, oh, we'll just rely on the NHS. Things have changed. There's been a massive uptick in inquiries, I think, and if you survey across the board with brokers, specialist brokerages, I think you'll find that that's the same across the board. And I think with regards to our roles as advisors, as specialists, people rely on us to give them good advice. I think it's now more than ever is where we can prove our worth and we can show the real value of who we are and what we do, in the sense that we're the experts, we're the ones who give them advice, we guide them, and we have to give them a caring approach. And also it's all about the importance of education with the client. Clients don't really know what, let's be honest, they don't really know what they're getting. They don't understand it the way we do. And so they have to rely on us to give them that feedback. And so I think now more than ever is a time where we can prove our worth. And if brokers are just sort of giving the product and moving on to the next client, that's a shame, because you're losing out on an opportunity to actually really add value. clients will take the pack that they get, they'll probably chuck it in the drawer, and then that's it until something goes wrong. Then you'll get a phone call at point of claim, and then they want to understand what's going on. So I think it's really important now more than ever to explain to the client what they've got, show them how they've got all these additional benefits, almost hidden away in the product that they've got, and really show them how they can use it to the best of their advantage. So we've got a great opportunity to show our value now more than ever and to prove our worth as intermediaries and as specialists and as expert advisors.
So it sounds as if the pandemic has almost created more meaningful conversations around PMI because there's a greater awareness and arguably a greater need for it. And Claire, moving back to you quickly, would you say that this has basically helped advisors like yourself and customers as well, or clients, begin to understand the other services that are available as opposed to just the cover? We talked about building value into those policies as a result of a lack of capacity. Has that helped kind of bring attention to the fact that a PMI policy or a health insurance policy is not just the cover in place when it comes to treatment?
Absolutely, and there's probably been an element of frustration from the insurers in the past that these benefits, some of them have already been built into the products, and perhaps the industry hasn't focused on them as much as they would have hoped. And I remember at this summit this time last year, when we had a session on value-added benefits, and we were talking about the remote GP and access to mental health, etc. Well, I think that they're now an integral part of the policy, because even after the pandemic has gone, I think people's behaviours have changed. And actually insurers and providers of healthcare and treatment can actually deliver these consultations and services in a more cost-effective and timely way. So I think there has been a shift that will probably stay with us. But yes, these benefits that were already built into the product from a certain extent have absolutely come to the forefront of the conversations. But of course, we mustn't forget that the insurers have also changed what they do in a positive way to add other benefits and services into it, the ones that we've already spoken about.
And do you think they'll stay with us, Claire? Staying with you for a minute. Do you think that those additional sort of benefits will also, for example, the cash benefits in the NHS, I mean, are they just a temporary thing, do you think?
Some of them are temporary, and some of the insurers have set out that this benefit lasts until this date. So, for example, some of the insurers taken away some of their policy limits when you go through their hubs or not applying the excess. I can't imagine that is going to be able to continue forever and a day for commercial reasons. But in terms of how treatment and diagnostics are delivered moving forward, then yes, I think that remote access, if you like, I can imagine that will stay with us, because I think now it would be a step backwards if that was taken away.
Indeed. Moving over to Matthew. So we did see, as Claire's just alluded to, a dramatic spike in the use of digital healthcare as a result of the lockdown. So building on what Claire said, has this sort of transformed the way health insurance is going to be delivered going forward?
I don't know if it's transformed. I mean, everybody talks about building a digital product, and actually, if you build the product the customer wants, that is digital. It's sort of, it's a bit of a sort of banded around. So if the customer wants to be able to talk to a GP all the time, then you need to supply that. And so, I mean, our own usage, I think we were up a third. We all buy things in a very immediate way now. And when you add on top of that the worry that you might catch something sat in the waiting room, it's to me, it's just a natural evolution.
Indeed. And do Isaac and Claire believe that actually that this uptake in digital healthcare, Isaac, for example, are you talking to your clients about these sorts of things very, very much?
Yes, and we're a bit naughty because we didn't always do that to the degree that we should have, perhaps, because it was never. I don't think it was never the main focus of a traditional PMI plan. And with all the insurers coming on board, I mean, some of them obviously had it before, but now pretty much everybody's got one and is offering one. It's something that we're really making sure that clients are aware of. And actually, they're really grateful for it. And I would actually urge any broker watching now to actually take note of this and contact your clients and tell them what a great additional extra service they've got attached to their policy. And when I've mentioned it to some people who didn't know that they had it, they were so grateful, because otherwise, you know, they're running around during this time trying to find GPs, and it's not easy. So definitely we're discussing it more, and I'm very grateful that the insurers have actually bolted them on, because they're very useful. They're very, very good indeed.
And in the employment space, Matthew, when it comes to offering, distributing health insurance to maybe smaller businesses in the SME space, are you finding that there's a real cost-saving opportunity here for businesses when it comes to providing digital healthcare at this time? Obviously, there's barriers in place because of the way many of us are working at the moment remotely. So how are you able to provide value there as an insurer?
I mean, we didn't have a build equips me to cannibalize the existing PMI book. To be honest, we don't want customers that look like me. I think it's going to happen. I think people, and we're already experiencing it. I think if you're looking at a spend of, you know, X million or X hundred, and there's a way of making it half the X, of course people are going to look at it. That's what happens in a recession. But I think there are ways of providing affordable healthcare without slashing coverage and facilities, and offering it to clients in a more easily to digest way, I'd say, and an easier to buy way. I mean, we're live in the Starling Bank marketplace, which is an app-based marketplace for people to buy health insurance from. We would never have forecast that 2 years ago when we started the company, but we can see the direction of travel for us. And it's not about, I don't think it's about making something cheaper. It's just making something more accessible. You're always going to have people that can afford it, and you're always going to have people that can't afford it. What we're trying to do is try and make that bracket a little wider. And
moving back over to individual PMI for a moment, Daniel Donahue in the chat has actually asked, and I think Claire, you've been in a really good place to maybe give us a quick kind of like sort of nutshell snapshot of some of the changes that were brought in by different insurers so they could compensate clients who have not been able to use their PMI during the spring and summer earlier this year. What were some of the key sort of like changes? We talked about some of them, cash benefits and remote aspects, but is there anything else to add? And you know, where is the value being found?
So in terms of helping them initially, obviously we mentioned earlier the payment holidays, but when we're looking at people that want to continue with their cover, it has been mainly around that remote access to whether it be mental health therapists, physiotherapists, cancer, cardiac, and actually insurers getting these clinical hubs whereby the consumer can call into that hub and the insurer can help them along that pathway access consultants and therapists on a remote way. So there is an awful lot out there that the insurers have done. If you look at insurers like Vitality that have their Vitality rewards, which is of course a very big part of their proposition, they very quickly adapted those to make sure that they were suitable for people to use whilst at home. So a lot of online rewards that they introduced. So it's all of them have obviously the same theme. It's being able to connect with therapists or rewards or whatever in a remote way. And a lot of those benefits go across the board, whether you're on a corporate policy, an SME policy, or a consumer policy. And the important thing, Isaac's touched on it, and the previous session you had was touching on it, is around communication. It's making sure that the customers understand what they have. And I think the insurers have been very good at that. And as Isaac said, the intermediary absolutely has a key role in making sure their customers understand what they have as well. The insurers have been very good at putting stuff out on social media and also contacting clients directly to make them aware of what's out there.
Yeah, and we've seen some premium rebates as well, haven't we? So, and that might continue into 2022.
Yes, we have, and the insurers have got their. Some of the insurers have got their sort of COVID promise. That they're looking at any additional profit they may have made at the end of a set period in time. And if they have made more profit than they were anticipating to make because of the lockdown of the private sector, or access to the private sector being somewhat restricted, and then they will share those profits with their members. But of course, they need to wait and see what profit there is, because although we did have that period of time earlier in the year where it was very difficult for people to access treatment, what we're now seeing is that picking up. And one could argue that there is going to be a spike as people have not been able to use the private sector and now will do so. But yes, a lot of the insurers have come up with this COVID promise to rebate some of the profits.
Thanks, Claire, and sorry to put you on the spot there. There's an incredible wealth of knowledge. You run through that beautifully. So let's go back to one of the things that Isaac mentioned around perception of the NHS versus the private sector. We'll move over to Matthew and see what his thoughts are on how actually health insurance is now sort of sitting in a place next to the NHS in a way that it wasn't before. We saw Debbie Smith earlier on in the keynote session talk about exactly that, how actually we are in a quite a unique situation because as we've discussed, there's an awareness around a need for healthcare than arguably ever before.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. I think, it's important, and when I get asked questions about what we've done and what the market looks like, to remember that we're all a part of a culture that if an ambulance turns up, we feel okay to get in it, and we've all been born, through the NHS, and so there's an ingrained loyalty, and rightly so, in this country about a healthcare service that provides the best it can at all of the time. That doesn't exist in other countries. Look at the States, and medical insurance is just what you have to do. So I think what COVID has, what it's allowed people to do is perhaps balance in their mind that if they were going to take out some private medical insurance, it would actually leave the NHS a little bit better off for dealing with those that can't. And I think that goes back to Isaac's point, and we've certainly seen it, companies that have spoken to us a year ago suddenly making a decision now. Which is counterintuitive when you think about the money that's available at the moment. So I think we've always been very careful to position ourselves as an addition to it rather than a replacement to it, hence the kind of different levels of the product. But I think culturally, one of the things that won't, that will have been changed for the good for COVID is the way that people perceive helping out the NHS by perhaps paying for things that they need.
And how do we ensure that the business, you mentioned on the corporate side, you're seeing more people buying now, or businesses buying now as opposed to putting it off where they were before. How do we ensure that business is sticky and that it's not just being taken out as a kind of a knee-jerk reaction to the present situation? And maybe a question for the brokers on the call. Maybe Isaac, we want to pick that one up.
Yeah, well, the fact is that yes, some of it might drop off. We don't know. Of course, we'll wait and see how that plays out. But as a general rule, the feeling that I'm getting is that it's created a stronger awareness around healthcare. It's opened up and deepened the conversation about how we look after ourselves, and of course, PMI, plays an extra layer of defence in that scenario. We just see what's going on, and it's just a matter of, I think once people have something in place, they'll be far more reluctant to just sort of let it go and cancel it. Certainly with my clientele, I think a lot of them would rather forego holidays than actually let go of their PMI, to be honest, because it's just where their mindset and focus is. The bottom line is, it's about peace of mind, and people crave that, and they want that, and they're happy to pay for it. And I think I have to be a bit sensitive about this, given what's going on, and also because we can't be seen to, but commercially, I really think it can be quite good for our industry, and I think we've been very busy, and I know other brokerages have been as well. Whether it's fielding calls, helping out, giving advice, just being there, giving a listening ear, helping hand. It's not always about just doing business. We've actually had a surge in our protection partners, referral partners, signposting partners who've been phoning us up and asking us to help with a surge in phone calls and inquiries that they've had with regards to private medical insurance. And obviously they're like, wow, we've never had this before. What do we do? Isaac, can you help us? And I know other brokers are getting the same sort of feedback. So I think, yes, there may have been an uptick in people being like hyper aware and sensitive of what's going on. But I don't think that will abate very, very quickly, and I think it will continue on a very even curve, even level, and may even keep going up depending on how it plays out. Now, we've all seen the reports, and the press is really has really been highlighting this as well, about the waiting times that we can expect for the NHS. We've all seen the reports. 1 in 6 people are going to be waiting, and there's going to be 10 million people on waiting lists by autumn. Okay, we're here already at autumn, but there's massive waiting lists, and I think people are very aware of it, and I don't think it will drop off anytime soon.
As Ian Sawyer said in the chat, a period of opportunity lies ahead over the next couple of years, with the NHS facing possible waiting lists of millions. And I guess also making sure that PMI advice shines through is about building value into that conversation, Claire. It's about making sure that you're communicating everything that's available within that policy in order to ensure that the client knows exactly what they've got in place.
Yes, absolutely, and that was going to be my point, that we can have massive demand and inquiries now, but unless we are consistently demonstrating and communicating the value of that policy to the client, then it's not going to stick in place. So I was on a webinar last week actually from an insurer when there was an industry specialist, not an insurance industry specialist, but just looking at UK PLC generally. And he said he thought there was going to be an explosion within our industry for the desire to have these sort of policies. And we're starting to see that at the moment. But unless we continue to demonstrate value, somebody is not going to keep their policy in place, because we know that money is tight, budgets are tight, we know the problems the economy faces. So it's absolutely crucial that that value piece continues.
Thanks, Claire. And we've got a really interesting question from Ruth Gilbert, and I might ask this one to you as well, Claire. Should advice and insurer propositions for protection and PMI be brought closer together? And if so, how can this be done? So I think Ruth's speaking about almost a hybrid model there, where we're kind of almost combining the offerings.
I'm not sure whether Ruth means a sort of hybrid in terms of product, or whether it's us as intermediaries sitting in front of the client and talking about the different range of products.
That probably is. Yeah, that's probably more likely what she meant. Yeah.
Okay. So absolutely, I would say that is important. And as you know, that's what we do within Premier Choice. That when you're sitting in front of the client, you need to understand their needs across the board. And for some people, actually protecting their income may be the most important thing for them to do, whereas for others, actually having that policy that will give them access to treatment as quickly as possible might be the most important thing for them to do. So they're different policies providing different things, albeit whether it be a protection policy or a PMI policy, we are seeing those sort of added value benefits coming through across the board. But there is definitely an advantage in sitting in front of your client and talking across the piece.
And you do both protection and PMI advice at Premier Choice, don't you, Claire? So, yes. And I noticed that Isaac mentioned signposting, which I thought was really, really interesting. So there is an opportunity here to either within your own brokerage to kind of have specialists of either type of advice within your own firm, or as Isaac said, refer to someone who does know how. Isaac, are you seeing many referrals coming from protection advisors? I'd be interested to know.
The answer is yes. We've seen a massive uptick. I would say a massive amount of our business now is coming in via referrals from protection specialists who don't do PMI or do very little of it and don't feel confident to deal with the cases that they're getting on their desk, and then they're passing on to us and they're saying, look, can you please help us and advise the client? This is what you do all day, you know what you're doing. Please help them. And thank God that's been a really good part of our business. Thank God we've built a word of mouth business, and it's really been snowballing from there. So I'm very grateful for it, and I'm very grateful to all my protection partners who send us the business.
Would you signpost back as well to a protection advisor?
Absolutely, that's exactly what we do. So I made the commercial decision to actually strip out the protection about 2 years ago, simply because we wanted to position ourselves, and we became, the specialists. And as a result of it, we've been able to signpost back to protection brokers all our protection, and obviously vice versa. When they send us a PMI piece of business, we're able to, during our fact-finding process, figure out if they need any other bits and pieces that haven't been covered and send them back. So it's a win-win for both parties, to be honest. And the client's winning because they're getting advice from a specialist, not a generalist, and I think that's really important these days.
That's a great example. Thanks for that, Isaac. I've got a really great question come through from Ralph O'Brien, probably one for Matthew, actually. He's asked, are you seeing group clients, I guess that's group risk clients, looking to extend their health and wellbeing offering to the whole of the workforce, to the uninsured population? So are you seeing those customers that you've got already almost kind of like, spreading the cover out so that more people are covered off the back of the fact that we're faced by such an extreme situation?
Yes. Our current retention rate is 106% because the product allows people to add more. So we've certainly seen businesses that have perhaps insured 20, then add more throughout the year. In general, though, most of our customers are insuring the whole of the workforce, which is why our demographic is slightly different. So we're not seeing the sort of traditional top 10% only. Most of our companies are from top to bottom.
Great. And Ian Sawyer's actually added, he said, yes, but with caution around costs and affordability, which is where Matthew's product is a good solution. So some good feedback there from Ian Sawyer from Assured Futures. I'm going to close the panel debate with one last question. It's basically just a quick opportunity. So while I'm reluctant to point to too many positives as a result of the pandemic, what are the kind of the takeaways? What are the things that where we have benefited as a result in the industry? Starting with Claire and going around the virtual table, as it were, just reflect on some of the things that we can take forward that are positive following 9 months of uncertainty and struggles for a lot of people.
I think the extra benefits that are available on the insurance products have opened everybody's eyes to make sure that when they're sitting in front of the client, that we are talking about all of the benefits offered. And Isaac touched on this earlier. It's not just focusing on the core benefits. And by doing that, it's really going to demonstrate value to your client. And as we know, if we demonstrate value, then the likelihood is that that client is going to keep that policy in place.
Thanks, Claire. Over to you, Isaac.
It's all been said. So to echo and to recap, it's effectively an increase in digital healthcare. It's an increase in personal and commercial awareness and how you're looking after yourself from a healthcare perspective. And it's also an opportunity to really look at our own businesses internally and see how we can improve them, be it remote working or how we can improve our business and drive things forward. And I think those are, of course, there's a lot of sad stuff going on, but to reflect on the positives, that's some of the really positive stuff I can see.
Thanks, Isaac. And lastly, Matthew, do you have anything to add?
I think it's been able to show people there is another way. There's another way to buy your wine. There's another way to do your shopping. And they're different, but they work and they're not wrong and there's nothing to be worried about. And so in some ways it's forced behavioural change. And I'm sure we won't see GP surgeries as full as they've ever been previous to this because people are happy to phone up their GP now.
And we've got the solution. Thank you so much to all of our panellists. Some really interesting things discussed there and some great questions from the chat. And finally, that brings us to the close of the Cover Protection and Health Summit 2020. So thanks so much for joining us. I hope you've taken advantage of the many networking opportunities available on the event platform, beginning to sound like a stuck record, as I've said that many times, but you can set up video calls and you can meet our exhibitors at their stands. And also our platform will stay available for you to continuing messaging one another even after the end of this session. So we will be announcing the winners of our Best Networkers competition, which is the 3 £100 John Lewis vouchers, which will be coming your way. So keep an eye out for an email if you're one of the lucky winners. So good work to all of you getting stuck in today. As we've heard, this is a very new environment. Many of us working remotely and basically taking on the new horizon of a virtual or digital conference. So I hope that you have enjoyed it. I've been your host, Adam Saville, the editor of Cover, so please keep an eye on Cover magazine for more info. And don't forget that all content will be available on demand on the event platform from both days, so feel free to watch again or catch up on anything that you might have missed. As I said, I understand these are strange times for all of us, but thanks again for joining us in the digital setting. I hope you've got a lot out of it, and I think you will agree we've navigated the challenges of 2020 remarkably well as an industry, all things considered. And this means that the protection and health insurance market is in a very good position to continue to weather the storm over the coming months and beyond. So a huge well done to everyone working in our sector. Keep up the good work, and see you next time, hopefully in person. Thanks, take care, and please stay safe.